How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Christian, and welcome to Liberty After Dark. And boy, do we have a show ready for you guys today. I think you guys are going to love it. I know for a fact I'm going to love every second of it. We have a very special guest on today, the one and only Patrick Smith. Hello, sir.
Boy, do we have a show. That makes me excited. What's the show going to be about?
I think we will both come away from the show at least having a good experience, if nothing else. That's my goal. Every show is to have at minimum a good experience. So just some quick introductions for anybody who doesn't know Patrick. Sorry if you heard that. My dog has a cone on his head and he decided to try to scratch his ears. So forgive me. Hopefully
never apologize. Never apologize for dogs. They are the best of us. Yes. They are amazing creatures.
Yeah. Hopefully my noise suppression stuff is working so it won't cause any more issues. But I love him to death, though. He's a sweetheart. But as I was saying, to introductions...
We'll bring him over. Let's see him.
Oh, geez.
Introduce the dog first.
Sure. Okay. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to... Come here, buddy.
Do it. See, I'm screwing with his format. This is going to show how professional he actually is. Look at him. He's in a suit and everything.
I heard that, by the way.
He's even wearing pants, guys. Like, that's above and beyond. Oh, what happened? Why is he in the cone?
He has an infection on his foot. Somebody threw a beer bottle outside of my place of residence, and he was walking in the grass and got a cut on his foot that wound up getting infected. So now he's on steroids and has to be in the cone so that he doesn't lick it or make it any worse. So, sad story to start off the show, but he's doing better. He gets better every day. So, the cut is healing nicely, and hopefully here in probably about a week, he'll be out of it and back to normal. So,
well, thanks for showing me the pooch.
Oh, yeah, of course. Woo, that's my best friend right there, hands down. Loyal companion.
Okay. Now that the important introductions are out of the way, you can get to me.
Oh,
sorry.
Hardly. Everybody loves seeing the dog, so I don't mind bringing Trip on. They all love him. So, Patrick Smith, 2018 not governor candidate, correct, for the state of Texas. Serial entrepreneur, fantastic lover of technology and all things computers, and the host of Disenthrall, and most recently the Anarcast. So quite a introduction there. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm quite chilling. I've gotten into some new forms of 3D printing that I haven't previously, so I've been nerding out on that all day today, designing some new stuff that I might be selling. I'll just reveal it right now.
Yeah, go for it.
This might be the first physical object we're going to sell to Disenthrall people. Hopefully you can see this. This is a fake cell phone that says victimless crimes are not crimes. And it's got, the Disenthrall logo on the back, and it says lead yourself at the bottom. And so the idea for this is you keep it in your car. And if you live in an area where talking on the phone is, let's say, illegal, and people will extort you for holding it in your hand while driving. You have this in your car, and when you get pulled over, you just show this to them. Is this what you saw me holding? Oh, victimless crimes aren't crimes. And so basically it gets you out of tickets. It's a way to raise a First Amendment sort of defense to save you a couple $100. Anyway, so yeah, I've been nerding out on the 3D printers and having a nice day.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. That is I have also had a very nice day. Not nearly anything as interesting as making some cool stuff on a 3D printer, but like I said, things have been going good for my dog, which is always good to hear. He'll be off of his meds soon, which is good to know, because they have him on some pretty strong stuff. But other than that, it's just been very relaxing, prepping for the show. Played some, or am learning the guitar. Actually, it's right here in the background. You probably can't see it on your camera, but so yeah, very, very relaxing Zen day, I would say, if you want to put it that way.
Good.
Yes.
Let's continue that. Let's continue that Zen.
Of course. So, Patrick, I have heard you get the stories of so many people about their journeys to where they are today, right? No matter what their walk of life or particular philosophy or set of ethics are. But I don't think I've ever heard the story of Patrick Smith coming to philosophy as a whole. That's really what interests me. Is I like seeing what brought you to where you are today.
Do you want the long version or the short version?
I've got you booked for 2 hours, so whatever you feel like giving me. How about that?
I'm surprised you haven't heard it. I feel like I've told the story like 1,000 times, so I'm sure you're going to have some people in your audience that have heard me say this. So I'll give the medium version, and you can ask questions, and I'll expound on areas that you're interested in. So the short answer is the cops did it. So I'm a young entrepreneur, IT sort of whiz kid. I'm really good at anything technology. Very entrepreneurial minded, very driven to succeed in business. And I had set a goal for myself. I'm skipping a little bit of it, but I set a goal for myself that by the time I was, I think it was like 27, I would own a Corvette. It was my dream car. And I was like, this is a life goal for me. I want to achieve a level of success enough to be able to purchase and upgrade and track race a Corvette. And I did. I succeeded. I got my vet, upgraded it, track raced the hell out of it. It was one of the most fun things I've ever done in my life. But I noticed that immediately once I started driving around in this car, as opposed to my old car, I got all sorts of attention from the pigs that I didn't previously get. And this is not surprising. I'm not breaking any news here. But for a person raised, mostly conservative, Republican leaning, these guys are the protectors of everyone. They're the protectors of society. They're the heroes. They're the people that ride in to save the day. And now I'm looking at my accounting ledgers month to month and noticing that one of my largest expenses is speeding tickets and just random bullshit moving violation fines and things like this. And literally there wasn't a month that went by that I didn't get a ticket, and some months there were 3 tickets. Like, it was a big deal, and I wasn't like hot riding like an idiot all over the place. It was just, there's something about the flashy. I had race car numbers on the side of the vet, so it attracted attention, but that just sort of upped the contrast on what cops do. Like, I was not driving crazy really at all. I was certainly, speeding occasionally. But yeah, anyway, so that was the first kind of thing. It started to make me come to terms with the fact that these people that I were taught were the good guys, that were the protectors. The only effect they had on my entire life was wholly negative. Like, there was in no way were the cops helping me or making my life better. In fact, they were just robbing me over and over. And it all came to a head. I was driving back from South Texas. It's like a 9-hour drive or something like that. No, I don't know, 11 hours, 9 if you speed. Anyway, and so I was driving back and I pulled off to get gas. And when I pulled back on the highway, the car's loud. It had racing pipes on it that was like high flow rate racing exhaust pipes, no cats or whatever. So it was loud. Not obnoxiously loud, but loud. So when I accelerate to get on the highway, it makes noise. Cop hears me, follows me on to the highway. I see him. By this point, look, I had taken steps. I spent like $3,000 on a laser defense system for my car that would fire lasers back at the cops' LiDAR guns, trying to get to scramble them, to stop them from being able to get my speed read on them or whatever. But anyway, so I knew this guy was back there. I saw him get on the highway. He followed me. He followed me for 30 minutes. I set my cruise control and just rode. And finally, I'm just telling another speeding story at this point, but he pulls me over and he saunters up and he said something, the gist of the conversation was, here are 3 tickets, one for speeding, one for driving too long in the left lane, and one for, I don't even remember what. It was something nonsensical now. It doesn't come to mind, but it was just something minor and whatever. And he said, "You're lucky I don't choose to write you up for this thing too," which was another BS one. "Otherwise, I could take you to jail because all I need is like 3 or 4 things, and I could take you to jail. You know, you should be grateful to me for doing this." And so then I had, you know, a 7-hour drive to seethe about this power trip this asshole, this quintessential high school bully is on with his career. And I kind of resolved myself to say, okay, this is now a threat to my life and to my bank account and to my safety. How do I protect myself from the good guys? And so now the wedge is really starting to get driven into my mind about the police and authority and the government authority and, you know, the just powers of the consent of the governed. All these phrases that are, you know, drilled into me from birth in this country are surfacing and breaking down. And so I actually that was the first thing that really took me from just being a normie sort of non-thinking, non-political being that was mainly focused on technology and entrepreneurship to going to search for the source of the government's authority over me. And put me on a journey to find how to protect myself from that authority when it was, as I would have said then, abused. Because these cops are clearly abusing the shit out of it towards me all the time. And so, honestly, the first solution that I came across that would actually work was to become one. Now, I didn't want to stop being an entrepreneur or leave the IT industry, so that wasn't an option. But what I found out was an option is in Texas, they have something called a voluntary officer, a voluntary police officer. Not a volunteer. No, it's a, I don't know, some word along those lines, where you only work like 1 or 2 nights a month. And you go through the entire training, you become a fully licensed and empowered and, you know, whatever police officer with all the badges and rights and blah, blah, blah that they get. But you mainly only work once a month. It's basically like you're on call if there's ever a catastrophe, that kind of thing. I was like, perfect, you know, best of both worlds. I can get behind the blue line where I'll finally be safe from these assholes. And at the same time, actually not have to have that as my day job. And so the next part of that was, you know, the first step of becoming a pig was to go on a ride along with another pig. And so that's what I did. My first day going on a ride along was actually in Fort Worth, Texas. And, you know, it was like an 8-hour shift or whatever. And it was one of the most eye-opening moments of my entire life. Like, I would suggest every human alive, almost every police department has a policy that makes them, that requires them to allow people to go on ride-alongs with their cops. I suggest every single person alive go and do that. It will give you, it will tear the blinders off your eyes, man. It was basically me riding around watching somebody fuck with every single person around them that they could possibly find a reason to fuck with for an entire day. And I remember there was this one moment where the cop pulled, you know, they drive around just searching license plates until they find an excuse to pull somebody over. And they pulled over this lady who had a baby in the car. And it was some BS, like it was a non-victim BS offense warrant. It had gone to warrant. It was probably like a missed court date or something like that. And he pulls her out of the car and she's crying because she can't afford the ticket that he's about to give her. And she was so emotional that he pulled her out of the car. Because I guess he just wanted to, you know, escalate the dominance of the situation because she was like not cooperating. And so I'm witnessing this from inside the car, and it was basically I just decided immediately that was it. I didn't even go to another day of training, another ride along, another anything. I just literally walked away from the program right after that moment because I just realized this is not me. This is not something I could ever do to people. This is disgusting. And these are the words I'm sitting in the cop car passenger seat, watching this out the front windshield saying, this is vile. This is disgusting. This is inhumane. This is evil. And well, that is kind of a problem when you're told that, you know, the founding fathers designed our country in a just and moral way. It's a contradiction, and contradictions can't stand. That's one thing I've always known my whole life, is that a contradiction does not exist in nature. And so then that was really it. I was sort of like forced at that point, just by my own requirement for logical consistency and rationality, to then dive into philosophy. And I didn't even know I was diving into philosophy at the time, but what I did was I went back and I read everything about the founding fathers that I could get my hands on, all of the founding fathers' writings. I basically went looking to try and understand how they designed the system the way they did and where they justified it getting its authority from. You know, searching for the answer to the question, where does this authority, how can this pig, you know, yank this woman out of her car and, you know, cost her $200? Where the hell does that come from? Why does nobody see that as evil? What am I missing? What am I missing? And they didn't have the answers. The founding fathers did not have those answers. They do not provide them. They did not know them. It was all an assumption of the just authority of a government over a given geographical area, which is obviously an insufficient answer. So there must be something else I'm missing. Why would they be assuming this involuntary authority? They were assuming it so perfectly that they never even bothered to just state the obvious. Like, it was just an assumption that was silently included and woven into everything they did. That's unacceptable. Like, if I'm working through, you know, software to figure out how something works, and I get to just a line of code that points off into nowhere, into some black box, well, I'm sorry, that's not good enough. I'm going to need more than a black box if you're going to be able to rule my life and rob me and accost women and their children for BS reasons. And so then, you know, I got kind of nerdy, and I got hooked into reading all of the old school Greeks, and just really learning about how you could elevate ethics to the level of engineering with this power of reason. That's probably the most succinct way I've ever put it. Like, I love that ability of humans with their with the minds that we have sort of evolved to be able to bring ourselves out of a state of nature just by the power of our mind and our ability to reason. And then I discovered a few other people. Old school Molyneux was one. Judge Napolitano came before Molyneux, though. He wrote a book called "It's Dangerous to Be Right When the Government is Wrong." And I remember I was on another road trip and we were listening to the audiobook, and it was just one after another telling stories of what happened when somebody took the moral high ground, even though it was illegal to do so, and the government punished them anyway. And it just totally just erased any notion that the government is just or derives anything about itself from the consent of the governed. And I mean, the rest is kind of history. Like, I enjoy the topic. I'm a nerd. I'm an engineer. Yeah. Any questions?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, you kind of, I had a question brewing, but you kind of answered it there. One of the things that I see a lot is that people will come into voluntarism or libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism or whatever label you want to throw onto yourself, and they will absorb and understand and process and maybe even to an extent adopt the ethics and philosophy, but very rarely do you see someone who dives so fully into everything. And I do think it takes a certain kind of person. Just to give the really short version, I told you this before, but I kind of stumbled into all of this almost. I was a constitutionalist, raised conservative, found some funny libertarian memes, and I was like, I enjoy reading. I always have. I've been a fan of philosophy for way too long when I was way too young to be reading about philosophy. And once I started digging into all of this and got into libertarianism, some people actually after I started the show, some people were like, "Hey, you need to check out a couple of these people," and one of them happened to be you. So it's funny that you listed off your list of people, but you would be on mine if we were to tell the story in reverse. As one of the
That
people
is super humbling. Thank you.
well, yeah.
Thanks for telling me.
No,
That's awesome.
I think it's important, and it's one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on here so bad because you're one of those people who, when you speak about this, you not only have a very clear passion yourself. There are plenty of people on the internet who have a clear passion for what they believe in, and no matter what philosophy it is, but someone who can articulate it, understand it, and present it in a professional and a consumable manner is not something you get every day. And I think that's something that we need a lot more of. And that's not to, you know, talk down onto anybody who may not be the quote unquote caliber or however you would want to put it. More so just that that's something we should all strive towards. And this kind of helps to transition into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. And so we've gotten to the point now in your journey where you have fully, you know, put yourself into the world of the philosophy. But what made you want to take that next step to start teaching other people and to talk about this in an open forum where other people could get involved in the conversation and you could interact with other people like that?
A couple things. My stepfather was into video production, and I grew up with it. I've always enjoyed. I was hosting a radio show when I was a little kid, a college radio station. Um, I've always loved production and video and editing and.
I did the same thing actually. That's weird. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I had a college radio station as well at one point.
Yes, I think, you know, when we have capacities for things, like there's a speech center in your brain, and some people have larger speech centers and other people have smaller ones. And the people that have bigger ones are going to be more prone to enjoy doing things like this. So I probably got one of the bigger ones or whatever, you know. So it's just something about producing content has always been interesting. Even before I was into this, I had another channel where we did gaming stuff and 3D printing stuff, and I've always kind of done this. So, but really, to answer your question directly, I started Disenthrall a little bit after my children were born, because when you have kids, you're taking on an obligation to them, and you need to leave them the best world that you can. To not do that is kind of a dereliction of your duty as a parent, in my opinion. And also it's just it's a new and fun engineering problem. I've always been the type of person that enjoys walking into highly complex problems and applying finding solutions and applying technology to solve those problems. And there isn't much more of a more complicated problem than all the humans on the planet. Like, how do we modify or influence the thinking of hundreds of millions of individuals? That's a pretty difficult problem. And so I enjoyed coming up with rhetorical ways of talking about these issues like you're talking about, and clear ways to boil things down that will be effective on people. And I think that's going to get to probably something else I suspect you're going to bring up. But yeah, so it was a challenge. It was important to me. It was important for my children's future. I was passionate about the topic. There wasn't enough people making content on the topic. In the way, like every single time I would listen to somebody talk on a subject, I would become agitated and frustrated because as they were talking, I was formulating better ways to say the things that they were saying. And since nobody else was doing it, well, damn it, I guess I will. Like, and I started out terribly. The quality was horrible, and I didn't let it stop me, and I just iterated, and now we have a pretty cool setup going. So, yeah.
No, that is a really cool story. I always like to hear, you know, how these things connect, and a lot of times you'll find that people who make content just so happen to have a passion for making content regardless of the specific niche that they fill. Uh, I did want to, before we kind of move on maybe into more of the meat of the show, I wanted to maybe talk about some of the things that have changed for you since the last time you were on. Like adopting Anarcast, how that's kind of influenced you in some of the work that you do, and just kind of how you've grown over this last year.
Since Anarcast, that's a complicated topic.
Yes.
It felt like a cheat code to be handed an audience an order of magnitude larger than the one that I had earned so far in the free market.
So are you saying oh, sorry. Are you saying almost like an imposter syndrome kind of thing?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. There's a part of Atlas Shrugged where Antonio or D'Anconia does a rant about money in the middle of a party. I don't know if you know the scene. I did a book club episode of it, reading it on my channel because it was so impactful on me. The book was impactful. Like I don't care that objectivists are wrong on some core fundamentals. Atlas Shrugged continues to change and affect my life. Ayn Rand's work is amazing, and one of the parts in the book is the answer to your question. In that, he talks about money and how people that don't deserve their money won't have it with them for very long, and people that do know how to control it instead of it controlling them or instead of it destroying them. And so I was worried that I had been like I hadn't earned a 55,000 subscriber channel, so I was worried that I wouldn't be able to keep it. That it, I wasn't worth it yet. Does that make so? Maybe that is an imposter syndrome, but it's kind of I was thinking of it in terms of Ayn Rand and money and deserving it. Like when I'm ready for a 55,000 audience, I will have a 55,000 audience, and I had not earned that yet. So I was trepidatious, let's say, about it. Also, the audience style way different from me and my style, and I was worried that was going to just cause it to crash and burn. Because I'm more of like the nerdy analytical engineering philosopher type, and Jeff was more of the sort of easy go along, chill. Doesn't really get contentious much ever in his discussions with guests. Talks about topics that I find totally irrational. So I'm still a little worried. We're coming up on a year now. I'm still a little worried that, one day the audience is going to discover that I'm not the same as Jeff, and, the channel's going to drop to 3,000 subs. And it's just basically going to be all the Disenthrall people are going to be also subscribed to Anarcast. That's not going to happen. I'm being irrational, but yeah, that's something that I had in my mind. I talked with Case and my producer a lot about this before we did it. And I was like, look, I cannot nor will I be anything other than myself. No matter what I do, I will either succeed on my merits or fail on them. And I'm not going to try and emulate Jeff or change my style. And I'm happy with that. I've been enjoying it. Also, the Anarcast thing happened in the middle of my daughter's cancer treatment, which was, the whole thing's kind of a blur. So I don't have too many specific memories, honestly. I've just been heads down focused on, I wanted one episode a week. I wanted one interview a week. And there's been a couple times where that hasn't happened, and a couple other weeks where I had 2 interviews in a week or 3. So it's kind of balanced out. Finding guests is, it is the worst part of that channel. Like, there's this weird supply and demand. I'm just rambling, so interrupt me if you want to change the topic. But
I'm very interested.
There's this supply and demand thing with guests that works exactly the same way as when I'm competing in the marketplace to hire employees. The ones that you want are impossible to get, and the ones that you don't want are spamming you and beating down your door 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And no insult to anybody that I haven't responded to. They're going to assume I'm talking about them. I'm probably not, but yeah, that really is what it is. The guests that I'm really passionate about getting and talking to are impossible to even get a hold of, because the people that are in demand are having their doors beat down. That's the other side of the supply and demand, right? So yeah, that's been interesting. Other than that, though, like, I've had the technology on lock, so it really hasn't been that much of a change in terms of like anything else that I've done. I mean, we've got the tech, we've got the video, we're good. So that's been nice. I love having conversations with people. Like, so it was right up my alley. Oh, you want a new channel where your primary goal is to have conversations with anarchists? Well, hell yes. Yeah.
That's great. And it is a different, for anybody who for some reason maybe subscribe to one and not the other, I'd highly recommend following both, because it is a different formula. You know, there are a lot more I'll say eclectic guests, but not in a bad way. Interesting people to talk to and to listen to. And I would almost go as far as to say is it has almost more like a niche Joe Rogan vibe, is that you never really know who's going to come on or what they're going to say. And that can be very interesting at times. So definitely fun show to check out. So I think this
example.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
A great example of the difference in types of me versus Jeff and the old audience, or the audience, is the recent Macy Tomlin interview that I did. She is such a different type of human.
Yes.
And that's not in any way meant to be insulting at all. It's just a description of what it is. She is extremely different from me in everything. Pretty much. Like, she lives her life looking through goggles that have never been anywhere near my face. And I understand very little about the way she does things, why she does them, and what she thinks about them. And you'll see me sort of work through having that kind of guest on the show, where I'm trying to keep it grounded in some sort of reason, but also explore the person. I think that was that was a test of my interviewing skills. Let's just put it that way. That was neat. I enjoyed it.
Yes, yeah, it was a very good one. I was there for that, actually. She almost convinced me to go to Anarcapulco and just to do her little spiritual journey, just to see what it was about. Almost. I was this close, but unfortunately,
you decided against it. Why?
I did. Well, we've got Float Fest is going on right near me, and I'm gonna go
yes,
volunteer and help with that. By the way, Float Fest, March 8th through 11th. Be there or be square. And
I would literally be there if I wasn't part of the Anarcapulco live stream. So
yes, I was gonna say they're an official streamer for Anarcapulco, so we will be able to see Patrick when he does his interviews. Which I was gonna get to that stuff later, but we'll make sure to bring it up at the end again. But since we're on the topic of Anarcast and we're kind of transitioning away from the introduction, you had a guest on very recently, one Mr. Hotep Jesus.
Yeah.
And towards the end, overall, very interesting conversation. Man has a very, very interesting perspective on life. Good episode. But towards the end, he made a couple of statements that I think kind of will help focus this next part of the conversation a little, about terminology, for lack of a better word, or using, to be direct, voluntarist versus anarchist, right? And this is something that me and my audience care about quite a bit, because after deciding when I was going to adopt, I guess, the name voluntarist, I did so very intentionally, not anarchist or anarcho-capitalist. So I kind of wanted to have a conversation with you just about branding, essentially, and to talk about, these three different fields that I would say would be the closest to describing our particular set of ethics and philosophy, that being anarchist, anarcho-capitalist, and voluntarist, and where you kind of fall in these camps, or if you feel like it's a moot point, whatever your opinions are on the topic.
I have a few. By
good.
a few, I mean a lot.
Good.
So, let's see. Where do you want to begin? What's a good place to begin?
Which one do you prefer to go by, and why? How about that?
So it is impossible for me to be that which I'm not. And what I am is a philosophy nerd, which means that we have to talk about language first, which means that we have to point out that words are nothing more than labels and symbols used to communicate concepts from my brain into your brain. And so to be religious about which symbols we use to communicate the concepts is kind of a waste of time in my mind. Like if you only speak Hindi and I choose to use the word anarchist and speak English, I am communicating completely ineffectively. And it's silly for me to be, you know, bound to certain words or to a certain language for emotional reasons, I suppose. I need to communicate in Hindi if I want to communicate my concepts to you, right? So I guess the short answer, long answer is time and place. So if I'm talking one-on-one, face-to-face with somebody that actually is curious about my positions and thoughts on things, like especially if they're older, if they're like BoomerCon, if they're just generally more offendable, voluntarist will probably be what I call myself, because I'm trying to speak a language that will get my ideas into their brain through the least barriers. But also there's merit, and there are people that will be shook up when you use abrasive terms and languages, and the shaking up will get your concepts into their brain better than if you'd pussyfooted it. And so to those people in person, it would probably be anarchist, anarcho-capitalist. Anarcho-capitalist specifically for the lefties, because they're just basic. Look, like I've been doing this a lot of years, and I'm only speaking for myself. I have been utterly incompetent to wake any lefties up ever. Now, what I want to say from an emotional standpoint is they are hopeless and we need to stop wasting our time on them. But I know that that's just me sort of projecting my lack of success onto everyone around me. So what I've kind of learned is that I need to stop wasting my time on them, because I'm not good at that. I'm good at talking to people that are concerned with an objective moral framework. And that is not the left. The left, especially like postmodernist, Marxist, you know, the whole SJW infiltration of that side of the political spectrum is all based on subjective ethical frameworks. And I did a video recently speaking to conservatives. I was channeling my old conservative self, talking to them. That was one of the most successful videos I've ever made in terms of reach and the number of non-voluntarists that actually responded to the message. I tried for 7 days straight, and I'm not just being hyperbolic. I spent an hour and a half or so of my planning time each day for about 7 days trying to rewrite that script to talk to the left, and I failed for about an hour and a half, 7 days in a row. I mean, it's just, that is not me. And I'm done wasting my time with it. And then Hotep made a great point in that interview where he's like, you know, just take the term back and sort of use their rage as fuel to extend the reach of your social media posts. And that made me shift my paradigm. Normally it had been you know, talk to everyone that needs you know, to be pussyfooted with voluntarists, and talk to everybody that needs to be shook up with, you know, harsher, more jarring terms. But it made me put a wedge in. Okay, this is how I need to be using social media specifically, differently. If I'm in front of a person, then my old rules apply. If I'm on social media, unless I have just found the 1 in 20,000 that is actually genuine on social media, not just there to pound keyboards, then it's the wrong strategy. You need to incorporate some element of edginess to get the additional reach to find the 1 in 20,000 people that you're not going to find making milk toast polite posts. And I've been trying that since that interview. And my Twitter, look, I'm not exaggerating. I had like 350 on Twitter. And I think since that interview, what, a week? Less than a week ago?
Yep.
I'm almost to 700. So, you know, I did the Twitter thing for a year my way, and I did it this new way for a week and doubled up. And it's continuing. It's not slowing down. The ability to use the commies as fuel to extend the reach of a post, one of the most obvious and yet totally surprising things I've ever thought about. And it totally works. And it also feels great. It's like, feed me your rage, you know, idiot internet citizens or whatever. Just, you know, bring it on. And you ignore it a lot easier. Also, I don't know if he made this point or if I did in that interview, but the conclusion that I came to, whoever's fault it was, mine or his, was that it's kind of retarded that we have been making space for the non-anarchists by changing our language. Like, oh, the commies, they call themselves anarchists, and everybody thinks that, you know, obviously commies are terrible creatures or whatever. So we need to distance ourselves from the commies. Why? Why? Not why do we need to distance ourselves, but why do we need to let them have that word? I'm kind of done with that. I'm done making space for people that hate me and want me dead if I rent out my bedroom. Like, that's dumb. I'm taking that word. I'm going to take it and I'm going to own it. And when they, you know, freak out and whine and start crying in my comments, good, you're fueling my posts. Bring it on. Also, I can keep going. I told you I had a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, go for it. I'm loving every second of it. Just a wellspring.
Also, there was a parallel, and I was going to do my own show on this, so I'm kind of burning the content. So consider this my next show. Rothbard wrote an article. This is another one of the ones that I did in the book club on Disenthrall, called something like The Case for Radical Idealism, I think it was. I'm probably screwing that up. I can search for it. It's one of the first book club entries. Anyway, so Rothbard analyzed the left and the left's activism style and their style of making political change in the world. And he discovered, because it is pretty much unarguable that the left has not succeeded over the past 150 years in almost completely, with very few exceptions, moving the culture and the laws and people's opinions in a leftward direction. In many good ways, but also in many terrible ways. But the specific things are unimportant to the discussion. The strategy, the question is, what was the strategy that they utilized to actually pull the culture in their direction? And he talks about it in this article. And he talks about, I haven't read it in a while, so I'm probably going to butcher this, but it was basically a few things. It was number one, always advocate for the 100% end goal. Never advocate for baby steps. Always say, I want the slaves freed now. Not tomorrow, not some of them, not state by state, city by city, not over a certain age. No, all of them free now. And then the other side will come at you and try and negotiate and then try and walk, make you take baby steps down or away from that end goal. And that's when you get the efficacious compromises. So, if you demand X freedom now today, and they say, well, how about we just lower taxes a little bit? You're like, I demand taxes end today because that's the end goal. And they come back with, okay, well, we'll lower your taxes by 1%. Yes, accepted. I accept that compromise. Tomorrow, now I want all the taxes gone today. Oh, okay. Well, how about we, lower the cost of registering your car? Yes, accepted. Agreed. I'll take that compromise. Thank you. Next day, I want all the taxes gone today. And it's relentless, and they never stop. And they accept every compromise that doesn't contradict their principles along the way. They take every compromise that they're offered along the way, as long as it doesn't compromise, as long as it doesn't go anywhere, even a little bit, back in the other direction. And that was kind of like the second or third rule, was that you always advocate the end goal. You accept any compromise as long as that compromise doesn't in any way contradict your core principles. And so the reason why I brought all that up was to kind of parallel it to how we interact with the world, especially on social media. I'm going to advocate loudly for the end goal. And then 60% of the people are going to ignore me because I'm, using extreme language. 30% of the people are going to freak out and cry in my comments and extend the reach of my posts. And then maybe 1% or 10% it's going to affect them. It's going to bounce off their brain and leave a little ding that, it otherwise wouldn't have hit them, because I was, speaking about voluntarism, a word that no one knows about, and, using language that wasn't extreme enough to get shared anywhere, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's the parallel I saw in my mind. I don't know how valid that is yet. These are all fresh thoughts for me. But anyway, so yes, I am an anarchist. I am an anarcho-capitalist. Mainly when I'm talking in forums where commies will get triggered by the word. Otherwise, I'm an anarchist. If there's commies in the room, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Bring on your tears. I will drink them and put them in the gas tank of my social media engine to drive even farther. And if I'm talking in person, one-on-one with somebody that I think is actually worth my time, I may not even need to say the word voluntarist. I may just say, look, I want all of your relationships in your entire life to be voluntary. And, I'll talk in very chill, normal terms and not just be edgelording. Edgelording is for social media. That's what it's for. Like, this guy nailed it. Hotep Jesus nailed it. It's like a laboratory. And these companies have all of these humans in their laboratory, and they experiment on them, and they test regulations on them. They test manipulating them with, algorithms for their search results and what posts they see in their feed. And it's a powerful thing to take yourself out of the mindset of being just another social media user and turning it into, okay, I'm going to experiment on these people too. And that's what I've been doing the past week. I've just been making pretty edgy posts that I would have never made before. Like, I would have never said something like, oh, what was one of them? Anarcho-capitalism is the only anarchy.
Oh, only anarchy.
No, I said it is the only anarchism. The only way was the other one.
Oh,
my new experiment was anarcho-capitalism is the only anarchism. Again, it's got that edginess that's going to trigger the commies and a bunch of other hyphenated anarcho whatevers. I think it's true, and I can defend the position. And I'm just experimenting to see how it's going to hit people. It reveals terrible people, that I wouldn't have known were there. There are people in the comments of these posts that are just really mean, vicious, terrible, ignorant, irrational, emotional people, and it's highlighting them for me. And then I've had a few where, they'll message me privately and we'll have good conversations. Okay, I've rambled enough. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Like I said, I'm loving every second of it. Would it be fair that this is kind of in the same vein, and you brought this up the last time you were on the show, of sort of like your policy on open carrying, more to expose people to the fact that this is a thing and this is how it is. I can carry and not be a threat to you. I can be an anarchist and not be a left-wing commie sort of thing. I think it's fair to say, right, that those are kind of in the same vein of social positionings, we could say.
Yeah, if you're quiet, you will never change anything. No one will see you. You're invisible. You can be for gun rights all day long, and no one will know, and no one will care, and you will have no impact on anyone. Or you can open carry your pistol, and you're going to freak a few people out. You're going to be ignored by a few people, and a few people are going to be like, huh, well, what's wrong with that? I never thought about it like that. You're either going to be invisible or you're going to have an effect on the world, and you don't have an effect by being the silent type.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I understand more now the way, especially once you vocalize it like this, the angle that you're coming at this from, because I did agree, even during the episode, I agreed that, like, just from a marketing perspective, I think using the term anarchy, like you said, to generate the buzz, because I think, I think personally I've kind of stayed away from it because you've said before as well that language is a lossy compression algorithm, right? And
Lossy thought compression algorithm. Yeah.
There it is, thought compression algorithm. And I love specificity in language as much as possible because I feel like it makes for clearer communication, right? And so when someone comes at me with what is typically a valid case, like the term anarchy was a bunch of French dudes, they didn't invent the word, but political philosophy of anarchy was a bunch of commies in France who got together and wrote a bunch of books, and they just happened to be the ones to take the term and make it into their political philosophy first. And so from my perspective, it was always kind of like okay, whatever, have your word. There's something bigger going on here that I don't, I don't care so much about the word anarchy as much as it is the ethics behind it. But I think in having this conversation, like you said, there's almost like a duality to this, was what I'm seeing now, is that there's the face where you're out there pissing people off, abusing the algorithm for a good cause to get the word out. And then there's okay, now let's hit the books. Like, you want to get more specific. You want to find all the information. It's an ethical school of thought based off of first principles, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's a very enlightening way of how to utilize the terms effectively, which is something I'm always trying to do. Because there was a time where I just kind of threw it around. I was like, oh, one day I'm an anarchist, one day I'm an ANCAP, one day I'm a voluntarist. I don't care. Call me whatever you want. Because at the end of the day, the ideas were what mattered to me. The philosophy was what mattered to me. So I think having a almost utilitarian outlook on how can we make these words work for us instead of just being a descriptor is a very empowering way of looking at how to use the language.
Yeah, thinking of language as a tool, as a mere tool, not as something that has its own objective meanings and objective baggage based on etymologies and how it was used 1,000 years ago in ancient Greece. Like, that's all interesting. But I think if we think of it more neutrally as a tool, and how best can we utilize this hammer or this wrench to have the effect on the world that we want, is the way to do it. And certain times anarchist is good, certain times anarcho-capitalist is good, certain times voluntarist is good. I'm not religious anymore. I used to be. I've switched several times, and you followed me before, this Hotep thing where I was making the case for voluntarist and kind of putting away the anarchist term. And then I think before that, like when I was a young anarchist, I was more edgy about it just because I was sort of stretching my muscles that I didn't know I had previously, telling people I was an anarchist. And I think that, again, that's another point of insight, is that you're going to have humans that are at all different stages of their political journey. And so different words are going to work on them at different times. And that's fine.
I think this is a good time to transition into a topic that you requested. I was going to bring it up regardless, but so for those of you who don't know, I am a college slave, as Hotep Jesus would probably put it. And I'm, I ran into...
I love the story.
Oh, yeah. So...
Go ahead.
if for those of you who can't see it, Patrick made a background for supporters of Disenthrall, and it's right here. It's an animated background. It looks great. I love it.
Can you bring me up full? Let me see.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, there you
go. Yoink. We're going to do it like this. And so right here, it's lockdowns are economic terrorism. It's got all the supporters underneath and the Disenthrall logo up top. It's animated. It looks great. I personally love it. And I didn't even think anything about it. And I was in one of my...
You got the animated background because you're a supporter, by the way. Hint, hint to everybody else that would like a nice background.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. You got to be a supporter for Disenthrall. But so I was in my ethics class because I'm a philosophy minor because I wanted a useful degree that could get me money. So I didn't become a philosophy major. Otherwise, I would have. And
good decision.
Yeah. So, and in my ethics class, it's the first week. We basically don't know each other at all. It's my lab, so I'm meeting most of these people for the first time through Zoom, which is just a terrible schooling environment. Oh my gosh. But I was elected to be the one, since I talked too much on Zoom, to present a PowerPoint on why plagiarism is bad. And, I've done this stuff before. This is my first rodeo. And here I am, just getting on my computer, whatever. I click screen share, desktop pops up. I'm like, sweet. Open up the PowerPoint file, click the present, and then immediately someone was like, hold up. What did your background say? And I'm sitting here and I kind of like freeze for a second. And I'm like, shit. It's something, it's from, blah, 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 whatever. Okay, PowerPoint. And then someone was like, did that say economic lockdowns are terrorism? How, what? And then I was like, oh shit, here we go. And from there.
Okay, so now I want the story like in detail. I'm gonna like relish every moment of this. What happened when they saw lockdowns or economic terrorism? This is a philosophy class, which could not be more perfect.
Specifically an ethics class. It's not like it was a history class, or it's, this is literally just about learning how to think about ethics in society. It's the name of the course. I was like, man, I'm going to kill this course. And so far I have been, but, it's so Zoom, everybody's cameras are on or whatever. And like multiple jaws are dropped. A couple people are like leaning back in their chair. One dude's laughing. He's like, oh, this dude's about to get burned. I could see it in his camera. And, I'm already going through like, all right, so what are the possible things that could happen here? Okay, well, I'm not going to like get expelled or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about losing money or whatever. And then finally, one person asked me a question. It was a woman, and she kind of reiterated what the other dude said, and she was like, "No, seriously, like what is this? Like, why do you have this? Like, are you talking about the COVID lockdowns?" And I said, yeah, this is about the COVID-19 lockdowns and how they're oppressing people who have done nothing to deserve the strong arm of the government. And then that, everybody's eyes turned into saucers. And another person asked me a question, and the lab instructor was like, okay, so this is a great opportunity. And I think this was really cool of him to do. So I'm going to give him kudos, even though I think I scared him a little. He said, all right, this is a great opportunity to practice just having a cordial conversation with people about things that you may not agree with.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy earned his paycheck. I was afraid you were going to get shouted down or told to shut up. That's awesome. No, that's awesome. That is to his credit. That's good.
100%.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I respect. I actually had an email chain with him afterwards about, like, hey, sorry, I derailed your class. And he was like, you know what, man, like, I don't get you, but I'm glad we had the ability to have the conversation. And I was like, man, you're actually kind of cool. But
and it was self-aware of you. Kudos to you. It was self-aware of you to apologize for derailing a class. Like, I don't know many people would have realized and thought to apologize. Anyway, I keep interrupting. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Yeah, there were just some people who were very visibly annoyed with me basically becoming an instructor for 20 minutes. But so I tried to start this like I would because these people are normies. Most of these people are 18, 19, 20. They're like, man, I read Plato's Apology once. I'm a full philosopher now. Cool. And they don't really know the first thing about
a full philosopher.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I tried to butcher the word without making it sound like I was saying it wrong, but yeah. So I tried to just come at it as like genuine as possible. And I knew going into this, I was like, there's not a single question that I won't answer unless they're just being an asshole. So I explained, okay, this is economic terrorism because, these people are being unjustly persecuted by the government for something that isn't their fault, and they never can blah, 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 blah. And I just gave like the quick dump. And then someone said, okay, well, how is the government abusing some sort of authority over them? Like, we all live in a nation. And I was like, well, nobody consented to these, especially not the business owners or the ones who are running out of food and have to close down now because of this. None of these people consented to the rules to the shutdowns. And someone said, the next thing I got a lot of cliches after that, things that you hear all the time, like on the internet, but actually hearing people speak them was interesting. And one of them was, well, it's for the greater good, right? Like, we have to shut down. Like, of course, people might lose their businesses and someone might, suffer horribly financially from this, but, it's for the greater good of all of us. And
them bitch ass roads. Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
Exactly.
Did you get the roads? Did you get the roads?
Yes, I did get the roads. I got a little bit of the dancing monkey too at the very beginning, but
oh yeah.
Yeah, so
I meant from your classmates. Did you get the what about the roads?
No, I didn't get the roads. We stayed pretty on topic about the whole the lockdowns thing. We didn't really go as far as the roads.
Was the professor moderating, or was it just a free forum, like the whole class against you?
Yeah, it was pretty much just the whole class against me. There wasn't really any moderation. I think he's an esthetician. Who's like a self-proclaimed Marxist, so I don't think he had any beyond just being a decent human being. I don't think he had any willingness to support me. So, but he did fine. Nobody was like extremely rude or anything. There were a couple people who were like, "Oh, you're talking about like a utopia, blah blah blah. It could never happen." And I was like, okay, well, I mean, we are all physically capable of being ethical, so next, please. And yeah, I mean, and again, there's like 20 something people in this class, and it seemed like everybody had questions. And, I don't think if I had come in prepared, I could have done a way better job. There were probably some answers that I gave that either weren't extremely accurate or could have been worded better. But I did not. I was in like a wife beater in my my sweatpants. Like, I'm just here, to come to labs so I can get the grade. And but one thing that when I left that class and that gave that sigh of relief, and I was like, okay, I pled my case. Nobody could like outwardly reject on any like super critical flaws that I made or anything. So I think I did my part at least. It was that, okay, this is a little bit of an opportunity here because a seed has been planted on this day that can be sown throughout the rest of the 8 weeks I have with these people. And I don't have to be nearly as forward or as jarring as I was today because I've already done that. That's already out of the way, right? Like they have been, their worldview has been kinked just a little bit, at least a couple of them. And if I can just keep building on that from here on, even if just one person comes out of this class thinking, wow, maybe there was something to what that guy was saying, that's 300 billion% more than I ever would have expected to get out of this class and would have made every dollar I spent on it worth it. And so that's kind of something that, I'm not going to be outwardly trying to convert these people necessarily, but I just want to do good ethics in this class, in this lab where we have conversations and make my case as much as I can and tend to that seed and nurture it and help people grow. So that was my big takeaway from the whole thing.
Well done. Like, good job. You had an opportunity. You didn't just blow it off. Like, you could have totally just be like, hey, I don't want to talk about that. Let's get back to our work. You could have buckled under the pressure of being caught off guard. But like, the moments where you have to get to people never come when you expect them to. Like, they're never on the calendar. There are always these weird things that happen out of nowhere, accidentally, when you're wearing your wife beater and you're not ready to talk about, philosophy from first principles. Like, this is how it happens. And it sounds like you did a great job. And I never, ever thought that this wallpaper that I made would have had any effect on anybody that wasn't like already an awake Disenthrall supporter type. It makes me so happy. Like, I was just smiling the rest of the day when I heard your story. That is so cool. That is so the question is it still your wallpaper?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I thought you were asking like, are you like repossessing it from me or something? I was like, it's
No.
mine, you know?
No, I mean, do you
know,
still
yeah.
have it set as your wallpaper for future classes?
Of course. Why would I change it now? Why would I change it now? I loved it to begin with. Just because it caused a little stir, whatever, you know?
Well, it's also cool that your professor didn't ask you to change it, but it was also to his credit.
I would have told him no anyways. So yeah, you know,
Awesome.
as cool as he is, he doesn't get to say what's on my desktop if it's not obscene. So I didn't violate any rules. So as ridiculous as some of them are, but you know, I do think for a long, obviously I like talking about this stuff. I have a show where I just sit here and get in front of the microphone and I talk about philosophizing and ethics and why I like them so much. And honestly, very few times have I had the opportunity to talk to someone in person and it not just be like, end up as like a, oh, well, that's cool. I'm not going to, you know, like it sounds cool, but I'm, you know, whatever. Like that's usually as much progress as I make with people. You know, they'll be like, okay, well, even smart, you know, smart, intelligent people, well, everything sounds logically consistent and it all kind of makes sense, but I like what I got going on over here, you know, and it's like, well, what do you do from that point? You know, it's kind of like the end of the road. I'd say the most progress I've made is probably on my parents. That's another seed I've been sowing for quite some time. But so I think this has kind of been like a practicing ground for me. This is super cheesy, but we're coming up on the 2-year mark for Liberty After Dark. And I was listening through the very first episode.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. February 5th, we'll be doing an episode recapping everything we've done since then. But, and the introductory episode is something I come back to every once in a while, very rarely, to ground myself and like, why am I doing this? Because I set like a very, it's terrible. The audio quality is trash. I'm like, hey guys, this is Christian with Liberty After Dark. Don't listen to it unless you want to see the mantra behind the show. Because when I came into Liberty After Dark, it was not prove minarchism is right at the time, or, you know, destroy the libs or anything like that. I said, I am here to talk to interesting people and share what I have learned and grow. Those are the 3 things that I bring up in that introductory episode. And so, you know, I've had to catch myself a couple of times where I get into this like little rut almost where I'm like, oh, cool, I'm an ANCAP now. And then it's like, I'm officially happy with where I am. And to me, complacency kills, for lack of a better word. And if I'm not outwardly trying to seek new challenges and growing and trying to improve either my platform or what I'm presenting or my personal knowledge base, which, you know, needs more work than I can begin to describe, but that to me is something that is very important. And the fact that I have the ability now to test myself in an environment where people will be scrutinizing me very closely, who do not agree with me, who have no reason to agree with anything that I've said, but to give it my best shot anyways, and to learn and grow from that is very important to me. And I'm happy for the opportunity.
It's really hard to be in this niche, whatever. I never know how to pronounce that word. Niche. I think it's niche.
I say niche.
Yeah. It's really hard to be in this niche of YouTube. There's not a lot of subscribers out there to be had, and there's not a big audience to be had. You're never going to be famous. By the time doing this stuff makes someone famous, the world will already be free and it will be irrelevant. That's how I always look at it. I was joking with Larkin about that. It's like, you know, by the time there's money in doing this stuff, it won't need to be done anymore because enough people already agree with it. If I have any words for you, it's like, don't let that discourage you, because I don't know, man, like it has a snowball effect, and it's a minuscule snowball effect for years and years and years. And then eventually it's just, it starts to pay dividends in the form of not money, but it starts to pay dividends in the form of little messages that people take time out of their day to send you, where they're like, hey, I just want you to know you significantly improved my life, or you made me into a voluntarist. You convinced me to no longer be a statist. Just little messages like that. They start trickling in slowly at first, but then they start coming a little bit more regularly. It is everything that I've ever wanted. Like and then you get like the cherry on. I have to brag a little bit without mentioning names because that would be awkward. But a big libertarian figure messaged me recently. He's like, dude, I think you're one of the best libertarian podcasters out there right now. And this is a guy that I idolize. Like, I didn't even know he knew my name. And so like it takes a while is what I'm trying to say for your work to feel like it's doing anything or having any effect at all. So don't give up. Don't stop at 2 years. Keep doing it. Now, what I'm trying to do now, because you're right, if you stop changing, it kind of dies. It loses its momentum and energy. What I'm trying to do to keep myself from losing momentum is like I've tried twice now on Disenthrall. The first time I tried to do really, really hyper frequent content was I tried to do a show every single day, and just failed miserably, doing a vlog style thing. And then I tried again about 6 months ago to do daily shows on the news, and it just beat me down. Just listening to the garbage fire that is the world right now, to talk to people about the terrible things, just like every day having a plan. Okay, sit down at my workstation. Here's a list of all of this terrible, evil, immoral, human carnage that I'm going to talk about today. Turn the camera on and talk about it. And just say it feels like a pattern. Hey, guess what happened today, guys? This, and this, and this got hurt, killed, messed up, stolen, extorted, regulated, and that's bad. And then turn the camera off. I can't do that. I can't. And so now I'm trying to find a way to make more content because it's important. Because it's not the diatribes. This is another thing I've learned. Shut me up if you want to talk about something else. Another thing I've learned is that it's never the diatribes that get shared. It's always the in the moment discussions of something that is happening in the world in the moment that get shared. So like when there was the march on the Capitol, and I was just I was just inspired to write the monologue that I wrote. And like I said, it was one of my most successful videos. It wasn't a well-crafted deontological examination of the ethics of the consent of the governed. It was just me sort of speaking and ranting about something that everybody was paying attention to at the time. I need to find a way to do more of, maybe not full on like black background, serious heart to heart where I cry and shit. Like that's not what I'm talking about, but I just mean like maybe more content like that. Maybe where I don't. Yeah, anyway, I'm just rambling about my thoughts for my channels. I'm trying to find a way to reach more people. Again, it's an engineering problem. How do we change all the human brains in the world?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like at the end of the day, as much as I may sometimes tell myself like, yeah, I'm just, cataloging my thoughts out here. I'm not broadcasting to nobody. I could I could make an audio journal and do the same thing if I just wanted to keep a record. And I do think, there's a good point there. Like very few of us will outwardly seek out like, man, I really want to listen to an hour and a half conversation on philosophy and ethics and first principles. Like, I mean, it.
You and I probably would.
I love every second of it. I think all of those, I feel like, I grow from those conversations, but some people, they've got better things to do with their time. And I think, fair enough. And you're right. Like, one of the most successful episodes of the audio version of this show was when I was talking about Iran. And, just with my background being, former war slave, I think I had a bit of a lens into this that maybe not other people had. And so being able to talk about these geopolitics in both the terms of at that, a fledgling anarchist at that point, and also as someone who has seen war from the uglier side was, kind of resonated with people a little bit more as to why we should be cautious about these things. So I do think, you make a good point about how if the goal is to reach people, you have to adopt strategies to reach people. You know, you can't just beat your head against a brick wall. Sometimes you have to not like make disingenuous content. I think your video was extremely genuous to Patrick, but it was definitely an adaptation of what you've done previously into a very targeted, very intentional, and well-crafted message, which I think it just speaks to the skill as a content creator, honestly, that you were able to do something like that.
It was not as much skill. It was almost like self-therapy. Like, it was catharsis that I had never really had before. It was like me role-playing my old self, like you would in a therapist's room, working through something that happened in the past. That was me talking to the person I used to be and sort of reconciling that break in logic that I was talking about when you asked me for my origin story. That break in logic where these are the good guys. They have justified authority. They're abusive and dangerous and vile and evil. This is a contradiction. How do we resolve that? 10 years ago, I had no idea. But in that video, it was like my therapy. And I mean, there's people that don't like me will say everything I do is disingenuous. But I'm telling you, that video was, everything about that was authentic. Like, I even wrote the script and didn't even know how powerful it was going to be until I was reading it. Like, I was talking to myself. And so I think that's why it hit people, because I was talking to a real person, me, from a few years ago. So I need to learn from that. I still think about it. Like, when you have something that is successful, it's really important to do a lessons learned and go back and analyze what specifically about that video got it thousands of views instead of hundreds. What about that video got Republicans in your comments? One of the only times that's happened on the Disenthrall channel, like multiple Republicans saying, I'd never thought about consent like that before. A couple of them, they were even like, I withdraw my consent to be governed. I kind of like that. They said those words in my comments. My mind was blown. That's everything I've ever wanted to do with the Disenthrall channel was accomplished with that video. I've got to figure out what I did so that I can do more, Yeah, good.
Of course, yeah. And just your excitement on it, it just shows that the passion is there on both sides. And to your comment about haters, I think if you didn't have haters, it would be more of a problem than if you did have them, because that means if people are sticking around enough to leave negative comments or whatever, or dislike the video, then you obviously must be saying something to shake up a little bit of dirt, if nothing else.
I'm curious. So you were wanting to talk to me about using words like anarcho-capitalism. You just called yourself a war slave.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of the exact same thing.
It is.
So what are your thoughts? Why do you use that term? Why do you find that useful?
I have adopted two different things. One of them is I say I am a former war slave. That's my way of saying I'm a veteran. In certain circumstances, there are obviously cases where I said it at the DMV, though. That got quite the reaction. Are you a veteran, sir?
Sounds like another story.
It's a quicker one. I just,
okay.
DMV people, they get crazy people all the time. But, I was getting a new license. I lost my wallet. I think it was stolen at the gym, but, whatever. And so I had to get new cards and a new ID and a new license so the lords will let me carry on their great state. And on that one in particular, they asked me, "Oh, well, are you a veteran?" It says here on the last one, and I was like, "Yes, I'm a former war slave." And she like looked over her computer at me and was like, "So is that a yes?" And I was like, "Yes, I was a former war slave." And I just said the same thing, and she just put veteran on there. But it's exactly that. If I am introducing myself to a bunch of normies and I really just don't, because that always triggers people, especially when there are other veterans that are not of my particular bent, it triggers the hell out of them. And so there are times where I will just avoid that. I've never in one of my classes, I've never said I was a former war slave. Though maybe in my ethics class I should have. But and it's very intentional usage of language to piss people off, because and it's particularly veterans. I think the normies, you know, they don't like talking to veterans about like, oh, you shouldn't say that, you're disrespecting people who served. And it's like, well, I served, I saw war, I deployed, I was there when we bombed all those people, and I was right there.
Yeah, don't tell me how to respect or disrespect something that I went through.
Yeah,
like, who are they to say that?
Yeah, and it's I think it's mostly targeted at people who are like in the government, work for the government, or are other veterans, because I have grown to hate the honorable war stories, because there's always more to the tale than they let on. And you know, this is I'm not going to get too far into it, but I have a lot of baggage from what I went through, from what I saw, from what I did. And that is something I will have to live with for the rest of my life. And it's something that I am getting better at as I go on. But one of the things that, like, I hated people in my unit talking about the deployment, like, hey, you guys remember when we blew that truck up? And I was like, yeah, it was pretty fucking terrible. Stop talking about it. And I made a lot of people not like me for that, but I didn't care, because I knew I was leaving at some point anyways. At that point, that ship had completely sailed that I would ever stay in. And you know, and being a dissenter in the military as well is a very dangerous line to walk, because I was doing Liberty After Dark while I was in the military. People in my unit knew that I had a podcast where I was actively talking crap about the government. And thankfully, I always, you know, would include, this is not the opinion of the U.S. Air Force or whatever. So it was within my First Amendment rights to do so. But there were definitely people who talked to me and were like, hey, XYZ person saw this and they don't like what you said. And I was like, well, they can come talk to me about it, but I didn't lie. I'm not going to change anything that I said.
And yeah, you're making our unit look bad. Something like that, right?
Of course. Yeah. You know, they'd be like, you know, we're the world's greatest Air Force. We're a profession of individuals with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. And, you know, they have all these different things that they throw at you. And so, yeah. And War Slave was one that I didn't initially use, particularly when I was still like wallowing in self-pity, because like the last thing I needed was to like then be beating myself over the head with the term War Slave. Like, because I was trying to process through my own stuff at that point. But when I, you know, got into a better place, I felt like it got my message across very clearly. It triggered people. It triggers to this day people. And I think
that's a powerful one. I have not heard it until you just said it. That is a strong word that will get reactions, and I love it. You need to use it. And this is what sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. You got, please. I think I was just going to keep rambling on about the same thing, but
so many conversations. The theme of January 2021 for me is embrace the edge. Like, take the edginess and just live it and own it, because it will break through to people. It will get you access to people that you hadn't otherwise. Some people will scoff. Some people will get angry. You literally ignore them or use them for fuel. I know I'm just repeating myself, but I heard another conversation that, how old are you?
I am 24.
Okay. So I just turned 40, which is dumb.
Just flip it around.
I'm like a Gen X. I'm a Gen Xer, and my generation, and now I'm going to sound really old because only old people talk about my generation, and this is a surreal moment for me. But yeah, see,
don't worry,
derailed my brain just wallowing in that for a second.
I won't call you a boomer, I promise.
No, I'm not. Damn it. So my generation, in terms of the media that we grew up with, and I think Dave Smith talked about this recently, and this is what brought it to mind. My generation grew up with the media that was pushing the envelope to its extremes. We had Beavis and Butthead, which just literally just violated every social norm that you could think of every day when you saw the show. Like they pushed it until they got banned, and then they kept pushing and never even once pulled a punch. They pushed it so hard that even we were like, damn, is this too far? And then our generation was in that weird space where it was just like, no, shut the fuck up, tough up, words can't hurt you, deal with it, live your life, fuck these people. That was the Gen X sort of feel. It was like, tough up, don't get crybaby over words. Somebody bullying you, somebody punching you, somebody trying to shove you in a locker, don't come crying for help, fucking punch them back. You know, like, defend yourself, handle your business like a man, exert your existence, or be ignored like all the other pansies. Like there was a big part of that in my generation. And so it was like, you know, things kind of got more and more edgy. And now something happened in the last 20 years where it is definitely going in the other direction. Now everyone is getting glass-hearted, and they're getting sensitive, and they're getting offendable. And that is like the antithesis of what my generation, like we were hazed into existence. It was like we fought for our existence against the boomers and that generation of parents, the helicopter parenting stuff. And now it literally, I think to my generation, and I'm collectivizing, I'm sure people disagree, but my generation is just like, they looking out on this and they're like, y'all are a bunch of weak, spineless pussies. Like, and this is my point, getting back to a fucking point. Sorry. My point is that the edgy language not only feels good to my generation, but I think it might be the medicine that the current generation needs to toughen them up, to break through this offendable nature that they have. What do you think as a younger person?
So I'm weird, right? So the year I was born was the year that South Park came out, right? So that's to give you some perspective. I have always had a bit of a, shall we say, darker sense of humor, right? I was never one to really shy away from jokes that I probably, as a good person, should have said, like, oh, or at least society believes I should have said, oh, you guys can't say that. I was like, ha, yeah, it's a good one, you know? And yeah, like, great example, like every joke about a Jewish person in South Park, like, I'm not a racist person. I have zero hate towards any color of a person's skin. I think it's completely ridiculous. But
what you're doing right now is something that January has told me I will never do again. And this is not me preaching at you or admonishing you. This is just something that struck my mind. I have decided to stop doing that pansy shit that you're doing right now. And this is not me insulting you. This is just an epiphany that I'm having in real time right now on your show. Like, I am done with that shit. If you think I'm racist, continue thinking I'm racist away from me, because that's dumb. Stop it. Sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead.
I mean, but okay, so I think that's kind of been something that's been trained into me almost, is that, you know,
yeah.
I would say generally, like, I enjoy a good conversation, maybe even a heated one at times where two people really get fiery. But what I'm not a fan of is pointless conflict. So again, you know, this whole like specificity and language thing, I think I use a lot of language to cover my butt. I use a lot of things like, listen, I'm not super educated on this topic, so forgive me if I get it wrong. I preface a lot of things. And, you know, I definitely understand where you're coming from there. But, you know, it is kind of a CYA thing, you know, cover your ass. Like, I just would rather dodge a lot of that to begin with. But no, you're right. I have no reason to say I'm not a racist, because I've never said anything racist on the show, to anybody on Facebook at all, ever. The only context they would have for me being racist is when I would say some of the jokes about Jewish people in South Park were funny. And that's okay. You know, like, that would be that's me being a racist, right? That's the worst thing I've ever said, apparently, to probably some postmodernist leftist identitarian. And
yeah, the people that would call you a racist after saying that are not going to care about your disclaimers. That's another thing I'm learning in January. The people that are going to give a shit about your disclaimers are not the people that are going to be freaking out at you.
That's true. That's very true, actually, because those people, they would never rationalize that far into it to begin with.
Can I cuss on your show?
Yes,
I should have asked that about 100 curse words before.
I've done it multiple times. You're fine. I put the not for kids tag on it, and everything's fine. So, but yeah, so yeah, as far as like offensive media is concerned, I think I've kind of, especially a couple years ago, was like almost edgelordy about it, where it's like I wanted people to be offensive because like there was none of it for a while besides like South Park and maybe a couple comedians who would get deplatformed 2 months later. And so it's like I wanted offensive people. And one of the moments that kind of like drove me up a wall was, did you ever watch Rick and Morty by any chance?
Every single episode. I love that show.
Great. So you remember in the latest season when they're on the alien facehugger planet and, you know, they're blowing up the whole city or whatever, and they come up to the buildings and then they fly around it. The internet blew up. I don't know if you remember. Everybody was pissed off. They referenced 9/11 like, nope, not going to touch that one. Me and my dad and my brother, I think my brother was there, were howling. Like we were like, wow, that is good. Like they went there. And I think it's just two different, it's just two different, completely different mindsets. And we've touched on postmodernism a lot today. You know, we've said the word and thrown it out there, but I really do think it's been this, for lack of a better word, invasion of postmodernist thought into otherwise rational, sensible human, just being a cognizant human being. Like it doesn't take a rocket scientist or an ethicist or a behavioral psychologist to determine whether someone laughing at a joke on South Park or Rick and Morty is racist or is promoting terrorism or, you know, is laughing on the graves of the dead people or something. I think it's just somewhere along the line, someone messed up big time and wasn't told to sit down and shut up.
Or to tough up, or to suck it up, or to deal with it, or to find a way to live your life. The word, maybe postmodernism is tangential or parallel, but there's another thing that makes it worse, and I call it weaponizing empathy, which is when people rightfully feel bad for and feel sorry for and have empathy for people that are in bad positions, that are hurt, that are wounded, that have been discriminated against, blah, blah, blah. Rightfully, that's a human thing. That's a healthy thing. We want people to have empathy. When you take somebody's disadvantaged status and you weaponize that by sort of throwing it in people's faces to extract their empathy, to get things from them, powered by their own empathy. It's like you take a person's empathy and you beat them about the face and neck with their own empathy. Like you weaponize, you take their empathy and you twist it back onto the person to get what you want out of them. That is one of the most vile, evil things that I can imagine a person can do. It is super manipulative, and it is all the left has done for decades. It's like, and they know there's power there. There's a generator built into all of humans that just like, if you feel empathy for somebody, you somehow subjugate yourself to people that are declaring themselves a victim, and to prove that you care, to prove that you're not a robot, you've got to do what the people say you got to do to help the victims. It's vile. It's manipulation. They extract power from people by weaponizing their empathy. It's the same shit. And I think they discovered it naturally. I think they discovered it when the major civil rights organizations won and didn't want to go away after they won. So like they achieved equality between the sexes for women, but we don't want to disband these women's rights organizations because there's lots of money and power and political leverage in them. So now we have to keep finding victims to justify our existence. And so they realized that they could start sort of making up or massaging or taking tiny victims and exaggerating them into huge victims to continue extracting power from people's empathy, because everybody wants to be just. Everybody wants to not, to stand against discrimination. And so they learned how to keep themselves alive by jacking into people's empathy in a nefarious sort of way. And then the SJWs and the Marxists and the postmodernists saw that, and it just fits right in. Like, they are all about the disadvantaged classes, collectives of people, and victim classes. And it's a marriage made in heaven.
Well, and feel free to interject if you think I'm going off the rails here. This is by no means like an original thought. I've heard people say this before, but I'm kind of formulating it in my head as I go. But I do believe that social media has had a huge impact on the way stuff like this works. Because if you are a Gen Xer and you're growing up in your neighborhood and, you and the boys all watch Beavis and Butthead, and one of them comes up and was like, hey, man, like that joke, that wasn't nice to XYZ people, you guys would all be like, okay, sorry you feel that way. But yeah. At best.
To put it mildly, that's what would have happened. Yeah.
At best, right? And but now you get on social media and you were like, oh man, that episode of Rick and Morty was hilarious. And then boom, 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 boom. It's a person. Oh my God, you must hate all of the mothers who lost their children in 9/11, blah, blah, blah. Like, think of the people, the firefighters who blah, blah, and it's just this endless wave that just people are just like, holy crap. Okay. I just thought the episode was funny. I'm sorry. So there are a lot of people, I personally believe, who don't hold these like super, they don't buy into this appeal to pity argument, just to call it by the name of the logical fallacy. And they more just conform for the sake of the path of least resistance. I mean, it's easier if you just don't joke about that stuff anymore. And then all of a sudden it leaves the collective consciousness, the lexicon of acceptable things that you can say. And then boof, automatically, then it becomes not acceptable because kowtowing to the mob has made it so. Whether or not you explicitly said like, yeah, you guys are right, like that joke's bad or not, just not making them anymore is in a sense just is doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like the everyone 20 years old and younger needs to just hear, like, I don't know. They just need to grow up. Not 20 years, like 30, 40 years and younger. It's just like, grow up, guys. Be an adult. Words aren't going to hurt. They only hurt your fifis if you allow them to. Yeah. You get to choose. What is it? Offense is taken, not given. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just, I think maybe I've participated in this too for the past 10 years. I've been careful. I've watched my words. I've walked carefully so as not to offend people needlessly. I'm at a place now in January 2021 where I think the antidote to the world is a little bit Beavis and Butthead style. It's time to like bring comedy back. They have murdered comedy. They have slayed it in its sleep. Coup de grace. Comedy is dead. And we need to bring it back, and we need to bring like offensive content back. I don't know. I don't know what else do we do? Do we continue playing the game until it's offensive to say anything even tiny, like slightly edgy? I don't want to live in that world. No thanks.
Yeah. And especially, not to get too topical, but especially with the modern political landscape, it seems like once something becomes deemed socially unacceptable, it then must be legally penalizable. If you make a racist joke, you should be, fined or whatever, name XYZ crazy legislative idea or something true. If you misgender someone, that's like an affront to their rights to be properly gendered, or you dead name them or something like that. I'm
done. I will no longer, my empathy is no longer weaponizable. If you are a victim and you're feeling bad for yourself because you heard something I said, I literally will probably just ignore you. Like, it's just not worth it.
And it's probably the healthiest way to approach it from like just a personal level, like without, because then it just pushing it away is probably, like I said, the healthiest thing, because then you don't have to deal with modifying your own behaviors. Potentially, you know, if you enjoy that particular side of comedy, you know, what are you going to do? Either stop watching it, not share it, or whatever. That's happened a couple times where I've posted something, you know, back when I used Facebook, and it was like, oh man, I really don't like this. Like, this is making fun of these people and they're really important. And I was like, well, I'll post another one tomorrow. So if you don't want to see this, like, I don't care. Like, unfriend me or something. Like, this is who I am. So I think, you know, that's just a social media way of basically saying the same thing. But I do think there is a problem that I agree very much.
Like, it's important to have self-awareness so that you're not one of the assholes that actually is all those stereotypes. Like, you know, I've done a lot of introspection over the past 10 years, and I am perfectly confident that I am not a racist. And so, you know, I'm not a sexist. I try and adhere to reality. And if you think I am, I no longer give a single shit. I'm just done with that. I'm done with that whole thing.
See, if you haven't hired at least 75% women in all of your companies, you're actually not adequately, you know, making up for your benefits as a male. So I'm going to have to check you on your privilege. So
maybe women need to get better at engineering.
Oh, bam. Went straight into it. I like that. Didn't
that was a joke. That was a joke.
I'm sure. Oh man. And even your size matters mug. If we're going to talk about people being triggered, your mug that says size matters. There is someone out there where if you posted a picture of that, listen, okay, that's very offensive to people with genital dwarfism, and I don't appreciate you saying that because you
Wait, that's the name? That's the name?
I don't know. I just came up with it on the spot. I have no idea.
Oh, that's probably the name. I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah. And then those people, you know, okay, glad. Thanks for sharing your condition with the entire world. Goodbye.
That's the name.
That is?
That's the name.
Oh, well, look at that.
Rarediseases.info. Anyway.
The more you know, kids. Shooting star comes over your head. I mean, I feel like I'm just beating a dead horse at this point, but I completely agree with the sentiment and the words and the entire thing of your line here, that bringing back good comedy would be great. The fact that today, you know, remember the Netflix special Dave Chappelle did that pissed everybody and their mother off? That's tame. Yep. That is tame comedy. That is not offensive comedy, not even close, and it still triggered half the planet. So maybe that's, you know, maybe it is a baby steps thing. We got to kind of like reintroduce people to the fact that like words cannot physically harm them and are not violent. But it is an uphill battle.
Look, my atoms are only stuck together for a few more years in this universe. I have any interest in holding people's hands back into comedy. I say we just start now. Let's advocate the end goal and, you know, take any compromise along the way. Just be done with it. These people need to grow up. They're acting like infants and they're, you know, 30 years old. It's dumb.
So this is an interesting thing.
So call yourself a war slave.
Oh, yeah.
Do that, because it will create conversations that would not have been had otherwise. Exert your existence. Do it.
Yeah. So we're coming towards the end of our scheduled 2-hour block, but I wanted to kind of pivot.
It's your time limit, not mine, for the record.
Oh, well, hey, just going off of what the calendar said, but to kind of pivot this just a little bit into another direction, and forgive me, I need to reclaim the idea that I had there. It's on the tip of my tongue. God, I hate when I do this.
I hate it when that happens. It happens to everybody, and it's really, I hate it. Yeah, totally.
So I'm sorry. Alex Sanders said, "Don't Google that." I'm pretty sure that was to the genital dwarfism comment there.
Oh, I did Google it.
Yeah,
that's right. It's right here. Look.
There it is. Oh man, oh, that's terrible. guard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm hiding my own screen. There we go.
Wow, this is an actual thing. I just
Yeah,
came off the cuff with that.
It's an actual thing. Yep.
So okay, so I'm back where we are now.
Yeah, I was trying to buy you time. See how that works?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to pivot.
I'm a host. I know the pain.
Oh yeah, thank you. I wanted to pivot all of this back, kind of where we were a second ago, but also where we are now, in the conversation of getting out there, getting the message out there, right? With the issue of deplatforming, right? I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this, but from my perspective, I try to play the game as much as reasonably possible because I do care that, you know, Liberty After Dark exists on these platforms and people can see it. But at the same time, I've set up like a line where I'll never compromise on my principles to save the channel or something. And I just kind of want to get what your perspective is on is very relevant topic. So I'm interested to hear where you're coming from, the perspective wise.
Yeah, they're about to delete Anarcast. So that whole thing about, you know, being awe-inspired by being handed 55,000 subscribers is definitely applicable to this discussion. It's definitely going to get deleted, likely soon. There've been live humans going through the back catalog, you know, raising community violations. Like I get emails like at least once a week. And that's after I went back and deleted 85 Anarcast episodes from YouTube, just that I thought might cause problems for that purpose. What are my thoughts on it?
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Do you mind real quick if I ask, like, are there any specifics you can give as far as like, is it usage of illicit substances or mentioning of them or something like that?
In the freedom space, it is almost always bad medical information is just like an instant you're gone. And I can feel them on that, honestly, because like if I owned a platform, I would not want medical advice that could get people hurt. Like I will not interview guests that are giving medical advice on either side of most any issue unless it's in a debate scenario, because I never want somebody to take advice that I helped them acquire and then go hurt themselves with it. So I can understand YouTube's position on that, but that's a major one. You're gone really quick. So like if you're out there telling people that enemas can cure cancer or whatever, like you're gone. Not that was not an example from Anarcast. There were other ones like it, certainly. But yeah, those would have been gone. So I got rid of all those. Conspiracy stuff, 9/11, Sandy Hook. Anything around those areas that call into question the sacred cows of the victims in those situations, you're gone instantly. So I got rid of all those. Anything that talks too directly about violence will be probably I don't think it's an instant gone, but I think you're in the strike violation territory on YouTube. That's all I can think of for right now. I think there's a couple more like instant you're gones kind of thing, but those are the big ones. Medical misinformation, conspiracy stuff, now political stuff. Like they're raising the bar. Like I called this back when Alex Jones got banned. You can go back and watch the Disenthrall video. I said this is the first, and it's them realizing that they can do it. It's going to start happening more often and more frequently over time, and that's exactly what we've seen. Once they realized that they had the power to unperson people, they're definitely going to keep raising the bar, raising what their standard is for when they'll do it to you. The way I think about it is that it's private property. Look, I'm a technologist. I built a social network site for I used to be a pretty good sword fighter. I won basically best sword fighter in the southern United States several years running back when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And this was before Facebook. This was before MySpace. This was before any social networks. I built a website that allowed people to create accounts and have profiles and just have discussions with each other and all this stuff. So I know since I was young what it's like to run a platform that has a bunch of strangers on it that are using your resources, oftentimes for free, in a way that violates your conscience. So I can really see their side of it. I completely disagree with it, but I can see their side of it. And so if back then I had made a rule for my site that said I didn't want medical misinformation, let's say, as an example, on my community, that's my property. That is my private property. Those are my servers. I toiled for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, like years, to create it, to write that code. It belonged to me. I make the rules. That's our entire. That is the basis for pretty much everything we talk about on your channel and my channels. So that's how I think about YouTube. Like, they are allowing me to use their property to reach their massive, largest in the world audience under certain conditions. I can choose to follow those conditions. I can choose to break those conditions. If they remove me for breaking them, turnabout's fair play. I mean, that is to be expected. They are justified. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to cry and beg to come back. But you know what I'm also going to do is I'm going to create the content that I want to create that breaks their rules. I'm going to do it on Odyssey. I'm going to do it on Library. I'm going to do it on BitChute. I'm going to do it elsewhere. And I'll probably put a teaser to send people to it on YouTube so that everybody gets their property rights respected, which is what I want. I don't want to force my content onto YouTube. They don't want it. They've told me that. I'm not going to do it. Same for all the platforms.
Well, okay, I'm going to bait you a little bit here just because I've heard you talk about this very recently, but for people over here listening today, but Patrick, they get tax money from the government because, you know, they get subsidies, and so we own them, right? Because it's my money.
Were you watching the Twitter discussion lately, or are you talking about with Kinsella?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have him back on to continue through that discussion.
Really?
Because I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had him on like twice already to talk about it, but it's just like the topic won't die. So if we take it back to sort of my conception of rights, that they're mutual reciprocal understandings. If I'm going to respect someone's rights, I'm going to require and demand that they do the same for me. And if a person is taking property that has been stolen from me and making it their own and spending it as if it were their own, why on earth would I give a damn about their property? Like, why would I continue reciprocating with somebody that's going to run away with my stolen money that, you know, the government handed them? And that's the case I've been making to Kinsella, and he's made some counter arguments that I think do not hold up. That's why I'm probably going to invite him onto the show. And I don't want to get too deep into it with him not here to defend himself. But of course, the gist of it would be, the gist of it would be, look, he's basically making the everyone's tainted argument. You know, everyone has some kind of money from the government. Therefore, everyone is going to be a criminal, and everyone will not reciprocate rights with everyone else, and we have a war against from all against all, or something like that is what he said. And he's got a good point. There's a lot of messiness, like when thievery is involved, when coercion is involved in any situation, the situation becomes more messy and hard to determine the reality. Like, that's just what coercion does. When you violate people's consent, shit gets messy, and oftentimes it's so messy that proper restitution, full restitution, can never be made. It's just impossible because it's gotten too messy. And that is certainly the situation we're in with the government. And so, to Kinsella's point, he's definitely right about that. Like, there is no answer that anyone could provide that would suddenly bring into focus the massive interwoven spiderweb clusterfuck of theft and redistribution of stolen funds to people that then spend it, that then spend it, that then spend it, that invest it, that get dividends, that invest those dividends. Like, it is impossible. It would be impossible to provide a lens to correct that distortion. The argument that I will be making is that, yes, I agree, it's impossible to do that for the collective. Like, I can't give you an answer that will undo theft. I can't undo theft. But you know what I can do is I can trace maybe a specific instance of theft. Like, I don't need to solve the collective concept of theft, but if I, Patrick, can show my tax extortion form and show the specific dollar amount that was taken from me, and then I can also show the specific dollar amount that, let's say, Amazon took in stolen property from the government. Well, now it's a very specific case of victim, explicit theft amount, explicit shared culpability in the stolen assets from the theft crime being given to a specific person that becomes specifically, in that instance, a co-conspirator. Will that be possible for most theft? Absolutely not. But it doesn't mean that we couldn't, on an individual basis, make that case. And also, the things that he said, again, I'm not going to do this anymore after this because he's not here to defend himself, but he says that everybody is tainted. Myself and my closest friends are very careful about our professional relationships, about our job relationships, about the things that we do to make sure that we don't interact in a way where we benefit from stolen money. So, am I currently tainted? Absolutely not. Not in any way that I can think of. And maybe he's got one that I haven't thought of and he can tell me, but I've been very careful to not take stolen resources, to not take jobs where I make money paid for by government sources, things like that. So anyway, enough beating him when he's not here.
No, yeah. And to be fair, I put the voice on, but I'm not, there are lots of people who make similar arguments, and I'm not making fun of him or anybody specifically, more just for the bit. But there, I did the thing where I prefaced what I was saying to make sure I didn't hurt anyone's feelings again.
Hold on. To walk back what I said earlier, in intellectual discussions, I think that's valuable. But in racism and shit,
yeah,
tell them to grow up.
That's fair. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just to make sure we're all operating on good faith. That's fair.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to probe your brain a little bit on this. And one thing I wanted to say is that I've heard a lot of people make the argument that we're all, oh yeah, I used the P word. I've heard a couple arguments that say like, oh, well, we're all culpable for government theft because you use roads, don't you? Because that's made with stolen money. And I think that's pretty easy to dismiss, but I've maybe that could be one case where someone could try to make the argument that we're all benefiting from government's stealing of other people. But one thing I wanted to get your perspective on that's actually become pretty recent in my social group as a college student is that a lot of people are getting subsidized loans, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And, some of these people have careers. And what is your perspective on people who take, I think it's a bit pragmatic, but usually I say that word in a super negative way, but I think in this case, it does have a little bit of utility. And that's where, they are net negative. All of us who have jobs are net negative to the government, right? Unless you get a bunch of money in from subsidies or whatever. And some of these people will say like, well, look, I can get a loan subsidized for this amount and they'll still owe me 40, 50, 60, 70, 100 plus $1,000 in back taxes. Like, why am I supposed to feel bad for getting a little bit of financial compensation from their program? And you'll see the counter argument, not to go ahead and answer my own question, but you'll see the counter argument all the time that like, oh, well, that's my money. But I do agree that we're at the point now where this spider web, like you just have to look at it as like a pot and your dollar amount is in there somewhere. But like, you can't trace Patrick's dollar to this person's subsidy. For all you know, it could be their tax dollars that are directly paying for their subsidy, right? I'm done prefacing. I'll let you go ahead and talk now.
Yeah, money is fungible, right? So I couldn't say that Amazon got a new $600 billion with a B dollar contract that will extend over several years. To Amazon serves like 60% of all government servers is on Amazon's cloud service. Ooh, they get fat paychecks from the feds. Yeah. So I can't, certainly say that, every penny that is extorted from me in taxes is handed to Amazon. Certainly money's fungible. So do you look at it as a percentage? Do you look at it as a specific dollar amount divided by the number of dollars the government pays out? None of that is worth spending my brain power on. What it comes down to for me is personal relationships and rights reciprocation. I am going to give a shit less about Amazon if they ever get robbed or trespassed or stolen from or uh, whatever. I'm going to give a shit less about Amazon's rights because they give less of a shit about mine. That's the sum total for me. So like, obviously I'm not going to go and try and rob Amazon to get my tax money back. That would be counterproductive in the extreme. But yeah, I mean, like, I just try and recognize, like, if you're one of the people that takes large paychecks from the government, then you're one of the people that deserve less respect from me in terms of rights. When it comes down to the specifics, you really have to do it. Like, I get specific in my life because I care. It's really important to me to make sure that I never become a drain, like a net tax beneficiary. Like that is important to me. So I look at my books, I look at my outcome, my output, I look at my income, I look how much I'm extorted. It's far more than I'm paid, and I'm sure it's that way for most people. Also, you have to think of things like inflation. Something like 30% of all US dollars in existence was created in the past 12 months or something like that, which is kind of mind-blowing to think about. I don't think anybody's I don't think anybody's caught up to that fact yet, that all of your money just it was devalued 30% in a year. So it's a case by case specific thing, and it's about what you the best moral case. Like, what do you want to hold yourself to the highest moral standard? Well, that's on you to do, because there's so many details and specifics that you got to figure out. I don't want to talk too much about personal financial details, but this came into focus for me over the past several years with the insanely expensive cancer treatments that my daughter went through. We're talking 7 figures of money was spent to make sure that my daughter's still with me today. So there are ways to go about it where your insurance company covers more, but the government, and maybe the state of Texas or the feds or whatever, have subsidies for kids that have cancer. There are ways to go about it where you literally go into multi-million-dollar life-ruining debt. And so I spent a great deal of mental anguish and effort figuring out specifically for me how I could not compromise on my principles even a little bit, by becoming a net sort of extortion beneficiary, but also get as much of my stolen resources back as I possibly could. And so I'm just saying, like, I'm the type of person that really, really, really cares about being principled and moral. And so I put in that effort. And I expect the people that I'm close friends with to hold to that same standard. And that severely limits the number of people that I can be close friends with. And I am fine with that. Like, the friends that I have found are pure gold. And by keeping other people farther away from me, my life has just become completely devoid of drama. For the first time in my life, like, I just don't have shitheads causing problems in my life anymore. And I it's great. I would recommend. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between having a set of principles and living by a set of principles. This is something I kind of have preached to my social group probably too much. But that was a big thing for me, was going from being like, okay, these are cool things, I agree with all of them, and then living it. And then actually being that person who's like, and it does change the way you interact with things. I completely agree, because, especially newer situations that'll come up. Like, say, you know, maybe I'm given the opportunity to get like a federal scholarship or something. I have to ask, like, is this am I aggressing by taking this money on somebody? Am I breaking my ethical code for if I do this? And that's something that, you know, if I wasn't a voluntarist, yes, please give me that money. I will gladly take it, you know? And it is confining yourself to a set of rules, which I think, you know, a lot of normies will see as almost antithetical to the concept of anarchy to begin with. But with freedom, there are restrictions, as ironic as it sounds.
It's no government, not no rules, is the often quoted phrase, right? You know, once you get your degree and you get a job in whatever field you're studying in, you're going to get taxed into oblivion.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. There'll definitely be a net negative. No doubt
certainly,
about that. Yeah.
certainly. And you know, I don't feel like I'm like going soft on principles just to say, like, you know, if you take the stolen property up front and then they take it back, okay, well, everybody's equal.
Yeah, exactly. That's
but again, like, if it were me, I would do the numbers like very meticulously and specifically such that I never want to be that person Kinsella is talking about where, you know, everybody's tainted. Well, I'm fucking not tainted. And even though I came out financially a lot worse from these past 3 years than I would have otherwise, I am not tainted.
Of course. I would agree. I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I don't, let me just, you know, let's, if the mythical Boogaloo were to ever kick off and we were in Anarchotopia tomorrow or Ancapistan or whatever you want to call it, I don't want to be in the position where someone comes up and says, "Hey, what's up, dude? Why are you playing for the wrong team here?" You know, I want to be the guy who comes in ethically clean. That's a good way of putting it, you know.
It's especially as important for, I hate this term, what would you call figureheads in a movement? I hate the term, but I don't know what other word to use for it. Like people with channels that people follow. It's especially important to hold yourself to a higher standard because your flaws and failings will definitely be used not against you as much as the entire movement and all the labels that you use. This is the reason why I'm against, you know, any kind of sort of violent resistance for the most part right now, is because if you're a voluntarist or an anarcho-capitalist and you go out and you blap some cop, then they're going to sift through your entire life, your entire background, your entire social media, every label you've ever used for yourself, every group you've ever been a member of, and they're going to paint all of those labels and groups in the news as, you know, violent extremist terrorists. And so, especially like if you're trying to help people in some kind of, leadership is not the right word, mentors probably, if you're trying to help people from a mentoring perspective, you got to be real careful. You got to make sure that you're actually living the principles to a higher degree than maybe the normies would even need to. I don't know.
I believe
these are things that haunt me at night.
YouTube would use the term influencer to describe that position.
Yeah. I don't want to be any of that. Like that's something I've always, early on I had a conversation with Larkin about that. Actually, he was over at my house. This was one of the first times that we had ever had time to just sit down and chill. And I was like, dude, how do you deal with this, the notoriety that you have? Like, because it was that's what it was. He came to Dallas for Candles in the Dark that we were hosting. And it's like everyone that showed up would just like fawn over him, you know, like they were in awe and they treated him so reverently. Larkin is the most fucking normal dude that you have ever met. Like he is just a normal sort of like country, mind his own business, quiet, soft spoken kind of dude. And to see him just deal with that attention, I don't get it anywhere near the degree he does, but I talked to him about it because I wanted to figure out how he handled it so I'd know how to handle it. And he didn't have a lot to say. Like it's just like you just kind of ignore it. Just gotta kind of like, you gotta appreciate that people have appreciated your words, and just kind of leave it at that. Like, if you take it any farther than that, if you like let it come anywhere near your ego, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
Yeah, so it's just like, and I've always had a problem taking compliments, and some of my friends have tried to talk to me about that, about why that's a problem, or why they think it's a problem and how I should work to get rid of it. But I kind of appreciate that flaw in myself, because when people compliment me, like somebody said some in Discord recently, they're like, Patrick saved my life. Like, I have never cringed that hard in my entire life. And I didn't say anything in Discord. He's probably in the chat, actually. But like, I can't take that. I don't want it. And I don't want to lose the part of myself that can't take that. Like, because it's not about us. That's the whole freaking point. Like, you don't need a leader. You need to lead yourself. And that's the unique thing about the stuff that we tell people. We're not like saying, follow me to victory, follow me to a better life. We're saying, don't follow me. Follow yourself. Make your own decisions. Be free. Don't let anybody else make decisions for you either. So yeah, it's not about us. And I appreciate, like, so I'm rambling again, but like, when I met Napolitano, it was briefly, he probably won't remember it, but I basically, in a very short message, just needed for myself to tell him the impact he had on me. And then I instantly saw that coming at me from other people. And I realized, God damn, that's awkward. Like, like he doesn't, these people aren't going to know you from anybody. And you're like telling them these profound ways in which they've changed your life. And how do you take that? And I realized, look, it's also not about me, even in that moment. It's about them needing to express the thing that they wanted to express. It helps them to tell you what you've done for them. So I just kind of like take it, and I appreciate it, and I treasure it, and then I remember it. It has nothing to do with me, I guess. So
I just want to say two things real quick, and then I want to hop right back into where we left off. But one, if you're in Float, I understand that they've been having issues with the stream, and I'm sorry. The video and audio podcast will be posted later, so you guys can catch anything that you missed. Two, if you guys have any questions, now would be the good time to start sending them, because we're going to start heading in the direction of wrapping up for sure. So post them in the chat box if you guys want to have any burning questions. Up to you guys. But I mean, I jumping right back into where we left off. I mean, I did the same thing to you on this very show. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you were a part of my journey towards where I am today as a voluntarist, and
and my butthole contracted about 3.7 millimeters when you said that. Like, yeah. I've just gotten, like, sorry, I didn't to interrupt. It's so, what do you do with that? Like, this is what I'm setting out to do, to get people to come to the place that you just came to. So it would be dumb of me to like not want people to tell me that, but it's also like awkward, because I'm bad at compliments, and I don't. This is whiny bullshit. So I'm gonna stop. I'm Gen X, right? Fuck off.
It's just not in your nature. But I do think, like you said, it is a useful tool to keep yourself humbled, which, not that it would ever happen, but if I were ever in the position where people were fawning over me like that, I hope that I would have the same integrity to not let it get to me. Probably will never happen, so hopefully won't have to even cross that bridge. But I understand where you're coming from, though. Like, it's a character trait that's you may even yourself find annoying, or other people find annoying, but it can be useful. And like you said, also, I used to say a lot when I was in my phase of endless hypotheticals on the show, where all we would do was talk about the nap and hypotheticals. Is that I'm building a toolkit that you can apply to any situation, to where you can take the formula. Where is the aggression? Who is causing it? And you can take this formula and apply it to whatever hypothetical situation you could possibly want, and then go from there. I'm not here to lead the quest to Ancapistan or anything. Just to educate. That's it. Just share what I've learned.
Float. The reason why Float has a more difficult time for some people watching, just for the people in the comments talking about it, Float serves as an RTMP repeater. So from a nerdy perspective, what that means is whatever bits you send them is exactly what they send to people watching. And so what you're probably doing is sending a higher bitrate stream to YouTube. YouTube then transcodes that to lower bit rates for people with mobile devices on shitty internet connections. Float does not transcode it. They send out whatever you send them. So if you're sending a stream that somebody can't download on their mobile device, they will not be able to watch on Float. That's the deal. So you're getting, when you watch on Float, you're getting the full resolution for better or for worse. YouTube, you're getting a garbage version. But you can watch it anywhere.
I think we have some people on Facebook watching as well, actually. Ah, yes, we do. I see them in the chat there. Yeah, Sherry said that's over my head. Good to see you, Sherry, and Adam, and all of you guys that are here. Yeah. So honestly, this was a really good talk. Seriously. I really enjoyed
Sherry,
this.
ask a question.
Yeah.
Sherry, you are on the spot. Sherry, ask the question right now.
Okay, we'll wait for Sherry to ask a question.
Do as you're told, Sherry.
Oh man.
She got deleted from Facebook recently.
I know. She's in a chat with me on another platform, and we welcomed her in with open arms onto our alternative chat group for the
nice,
the downtrodden. Social media has been quite the journey recently. Let's just put it that way. I had Aaron and Kingsley. We had been at that point trying to schedule something for forever, but I suck at planning apparently, because every time I tried to make something, it would fall through from family or whatever. But and as much as I love and advocate their platform, it does still have a lot of growing to do. I'm hopeful though for the future, and I hope they have a lot of cool things cooking, a lot of stuff on the plate. But if they can do it, that it'll be a really great platform, and I am excited for that. Okay.
Yeah, and it is important to maintain presences on the large platforms. Like, this was a kind of a question you asked earlier that I didn't really touch on. It's important. Like, all said and done, I regret my decision to be an admin for that Boogaloo meme group, because I lost Facebook access, which has made it difficult to reach the massive amount of people on Facebook. That was a bad move from a strategic point of view for a content creator trying to reach people that aren't anarchists. That was a bad decision. Now, from a normie perspective, I probably would have left Facebook a long time ago, because fuck them and their censorship. But same for YouTube. Like, I'm going to be careful on YouTube. It's their property, their rules, and my entire goal with my platform is to reach normies. So I got to be where the normies are to do that.
Sherry does have a question for you, and she says, "Look what a good, obedient citizen I am." What is the main misconception people have about you?
That I have all the answers. Like, people approach me a little bit with that reverence that I saw them approach Larkin with, where they don't want to question or challenge me because they don't want to appear dumb against my all-knowing wisdom of everything moral philosophy. That is not the case. In fact, that is like a thing that gives me nightmares. Like, and I've talked about this a couple times briefly, but one of the biggest things that gives me nightmares is that what's happened to Larkin, he exists in a bubble of people that agree with him and that think he is an oracle. And so they don't challenge him, and they don't tell him when they think he's wrong. And what that does to a person is they stop getting negative feedback on their ideas and concepts. And the negative feedback is what improves your ideas and concepts and positions. When you are wrong on something, you need people to tell you when you're wrong so that you can have that debate and that intellectual clash. And so it terrifies me when people treat me like I can't be wrong, or that they just assume I've already figured everything out, so they don't risk asking and looking dumb. Like, if I ever have a bubble around myself like that, that is my nightmare. Like, I want to shatter that. And so that's why I tell people often, like, look, guys, I'm nobody special. I'm really good as a IT entrepreneur. I have put a lot of time and effort in studying into moral philosophy and thinking about this stuff. That does not mean I'm always right. I am not special. If you have had an idea that you think breaks something that I've said or that proves me wrong, I want nothing more than for you to not let that go. I want you to approach me. I want you to tell me. I want you to respectfully, not like an asshole talking to Twitter right now. But like, I want you to contact me. Tell me. Give me your challenges. I promise I will treat you politely with the respect that you treat me when we have these discussions. Because if I have an echo chamber around me, if I'm in a bubble, then I could be totally wrong, dude. I could be way off into la la land, just thinking I've got everything figured out. And I think this whole anarcho-capitalism thing and voluntarism and the non-aggression principle and my definitions of what rights are and who gets them, I could just be off in la la land thinking I'm right because no one will tell me I'm wrong or show me how I'm wrong. That is my nightmare. I never, ever want that. So that the thing that people, at least from my perspective, inside behind my eyeballs, that people have a misconception, like they just approach me with way too much reverence. I'm a normal guy. Like, treat me like a normal dude, please, always, ever. I make raunchy jokes. I say fuck, and I like a good meme, and I can be wrong sometimes.
I think, how do I put this without sounding like a total fop? Not that it's intimidating, but like, so from someone from my perspective who would put you on the list, again, like, I'm not, Patrick Smith or anything, but like, who would put you on the list of people who was a part of my foundational upbringing in anarchism, right? Like, it would be hard for me to come at you like, oh, well, Patrick, I think you're wrong about this, because we agree on so much. And like, whether or not that's you influencing me through your videos or whatever. And, but like, one of the things that I thought about when I was going to have you on the show is like, hey, like, is there anything like really deep down that I want to be like, Patrick, I think you're wrong about this thing about rights. And it's like, well, not really. Cause and so I think the reason that I'm saying this is because I don't think always like people are just like, I feel like I'm stepping over myself now because I don't want to like freak you out or anything. But I feel like there are times where it's just like, I have to understand the fact,
I'll go away. Now you can say whatever you want to say, and I'll be embarrassed in peace.
I have to understand the fact that if someone was to come to me and I was to be objective and they were like, hey, where should I go to talk to a person who knows the most out of ethical philosophy or moral philosophy and yada yada about voluntarism, you or this other guy, Patrick Smith? And I'd be like, you should probably go to Patrick. Like, sure, I know my way around the nap. I can tell you some Rothbard. I've read Spooner. I can, we can go through these things. But just as far as like experience and time putting in the work, I can understand why people are maybe a little like, ooh, I don't know. Like, I'm just a dude, but just like you're just a dude, I think there is a little bit of a paradigm there. But Sherry made a comment that I think is very important. And I'll just read the first line. But she says, I think that's what happened to Molyneux. And I don't think you ever have to worry about getting to that point. Or at least I won't let you, because I will never let you turn into a Molyneux without saying something.
and you being that person in my life that will not allow that to happen makes me really appreciate your presence in my life. Just so you know, like, it's not lip service when I tell people I want you to call me out when you think I'm wrong, please, because I will lose my mind if I don't have people doing that. something that I thought, and if you need to end the show, just say so. But I've got, I've got several more things we can talk about if you want.
Go for it. Yeah.
What about the audience? You guys want? Are you done? Have we worn you out yet, or you want to keep going? Give us.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying I could keep doing this. I'm in the suit, for as long as the people will listen.
You got all dressed up. Okay, so one thing I was curious about, and let me set this up with a little bit of backstory. So, my whole life I've been the type of person, and I talked about this with Hotep Jesus. I've been the type of person that when somebody tells me how I have to achieve something or how I have to go about doing something, I just try doing it my own way anyway. Like, I don't care. That's the process that you've defined. That sounds slow and dumb and inefficient. I'm just going to try and do it this way. And honestly, most of the major successes I've had in my life have been because of that thing about me, where I just do it. I subvert the entire official appropriate process for achieving something, and I just end run it. That's just how I do. And I would suggest most people try that and kind of go their own way and not follow the path that everybody says to follow. But one of the ways in which I did that is with my career in technology. So I did not even finish my sophomore year of high school. I got my first coding job when I was 16 or something like that. So I just quit public school. Now, there were other factors involved at the time that helped make that decision. I'm not saying that I just had a vision to be a coder and quit high school. Now, there were other things going on too, but I was a damaged shithead at the time. But I left school early and got my first coding job early, which was not the correct path to become a programmer by far. You're supposed to go through all of high school, all of college, 4 years of college, then go back and get 2 more years of your master's to get a master's in computer science. That's 6 years of life that people spend doing what they're told to achieve a goal that they say they want to do. They spend 6 years following a path. I completely eliminated that path because I was so passionate and I love technology and I love coding so much that I self-taught myself how to do it. And what I mean by that is, like, when I talk about unschooling, about how people that are actually passionate about a topic will do what they need to do to learn it, and they don't necessarily need a formal schooling process to get there. That was exactly what I did. I would go to public school every day, high school every day, and then I would come home, and every night I would stay up till 4 a.m. learning how to code because I loved it. That was where my passion was. I unschooled myself in the middle of the night and slept through public school. And so I ended up with a very different education of coding, a very different flavor of understanding of coding and technology, because it was driven by passion to learn what was important to know to achieve my goal of writing software. Now, that is a very different goal from the one that you get in a college. When you go to school, when you go to college to get your master's in computer science, you're going to take history classes and science classes and art, and you're going to take methods and methods of programming, and you're going to take classes that teach you how to write sorting algorithms until you're dead. You're going to, you're going to go the book learning route. I put that in quotes, the book learning route towards learning how to code. You're going to have a lot of knowledge that you will never use in your coding life, just in coding, not to mention the history classes and all the other garbage. Like even in your technology classes, they're going to teach you a lot of shit that you will never use. Let's say 50% of the shit they teach you, you will never use. 20% additional to that is stuff that when you need it one day, you can Google it and learn it in 10 seconds. And so you're really left with like 30% of what they teach you are you actually going to use on a day-to-day basis as a coder. So the education I gave myself was everything I needed to code and very little that I didn't need to code. And it was driven by passion. And so when I got my jobs, I had a more, and I don't want to insult college students with this, but I had a more sort of like working practical Do you need to let your dog out? It's
yeah,
cool if you do.
We've
been talking a long time.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. If we could take a quick 2-minute break, he's very upset at me right now.
Do your thing.
Okay.
I can keep talking while you're doing it if you want.
I kind of. Or
do you want to wait?
I mean, I kind of want to hear this. Honestly, I'm
right.
like I said, I'm really enjoying. Please, everybody, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna put on a little waiting screen, and then I will be right back. He's just got to go pee. So.
Dogs are the best of us. Don't apologize.
Yeah. Come on, bud. Woo. Let's go, buddy.
Can they still hear me?
I have my headphones off, but I can barely hear you. Yeah.
Can they still hear me?
Oh, yes, they can. Let me.
Here.
There we go. Sweet. All right, I'll be right back.
Keep talking about coding, screw Christian. That's funny. Anyway, so I'm setting all this backstory up because I'm going to ask him what he thinks the difference is in a formal book learning philosophy track and a self-taught one, which is what I had. So I'm going to try and relate this conversation with technology as an analogy to philosophy. Because I've talked to formal collegiate learned philosophers, and their takes on philosophy are always so weird to me. In the same way, when I talk to college learned programmers, it's like the things that they have been taught to focus on seem to. I'm burning the content. He would want to hear this, so I may have to say it again. But it's just that the things that. Well, I don't want to burn the content. I'll save it. He asked me to save it, so I'm going to save it. That would be rude. This is his show.
I'm here.
Dogs are not cats and therefore not the best. That is inverted. That is inverted. Absolutely messed up. Absolutely.
Okay. And we're back.
All right. I told the whole story. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So Daniel Earl says false. False to Sherry or false to me?
I think he's saying false to you,
Okay.
Which I heard that part, which I strongly disagree with their cat comment.
Well, yeah, Sherry says dogs are not cats and therefore not the best. Like, I haven't heard anything more wrong. This is insane.
Patently wrong. I'm filing that one.
I can prove it mathematically.
Yeah. I'm filing that one.
I can prove dogs are. Yes! Yeah, that's commie shit.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for pushing back, though, when you disagree, Sherry. I appreciate it. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so my flavor of coding and my understanding of the industry is different and certainly better in some ways than the college-taught people. To the point where in my companies, when I'm hiring programmers, I will prefer self-taught programmers to collegiate ones because it takes a lot of passion to teach something complicated to yourself. And that passion typically leads to better quality programmers, in my opinion. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I think there's a parallel association to philosophy that I'm curious about. You are taking philosophy classes. What's your major?
Computer science.
Uh-oh. This is a little on the nose then. So maybe we can talk about that. We can let's come back around and talk about that.
Hence why I'm so interested in your opinion.
Okay. So you're taking philosophy like a minor, or are you just taking philosophy classes because you're interested, or what?
A minor. It's for a minor. I have to have one as a STEM major, but I was probably going to take some of these anyways to fill out elective slots, because what else am I going to do? Take pottery, basket weaving?
Isn't that silly? Isn't that silly?
Oh, of course.
You want a computer science degree? Why are you're wasting your money? Anyway, I'm going to go on our college rant now.
No. Okay, so I want to address the elephant in the room here. I am entirely aware of the game. 100%. It is a game. And something I don't think I give my stepdad enough credit for is that he taught me when I was really young about the idea of the game. And he's like, look, I get it. XYZ thing is messed up, but there is nothing you can realistically do about it besides this, or usually there's some alternative option that's way riskier. So I am 24. I have essentially no career history. I have zero desirable skills outside of fixing death machines. And so I had to ask myself a serious question, and that was, do I just go for it? Or do I take the safe, proven path to get the job, and then from there I can build out to be wherever I want? Sure, that's a long con game, right? But the thing for me is that the risk of me spending, even if it's just 6 months to a year, of not going to school, not having that degree, and not having the opportunities that come with it was scary enough. I'll just say what it was. It was scary enough to me that I was okay with playing the college game. You know, I mean, like I did the military. I can do college just fine. I came out of that all right. And so that's the way I saw it. Because there are a lot of similarities, but
the analogy I wanted to get your input on is to see if you had any insights on, was that when I talk to college taught programmers, the conversation is sometimes like weird, where the things that they are focused on, the things that they've been taught to focus on when designing systems or analyzing systems, is different. It is like things that I see as unimportant, tangential, or just weird and confusing. And so I've noticed that there's a similarity to when I'm talking to college taught philosophers, as opposed to self-taught philosophers, because everything in my life has been self-taught. I have not done formal education for literally anything. I learn the things I'm passionate about and that I need to learn, and I'm good, and I've gotten good at that. So do you have any explanation or insight into why people can go through an entire, like a doctorate level philosophy program and not really have any functional understanding of the type of ethics that we discuss?
Sorry, I have to. That's. I mean, really, it's because when people go into a philosophy, like this is especially true for majors. With minors, they kind of encourage you to like, oh, be your own little philosophy flower and bloom into whatever you want to be. But in a philosophy major course, you spend a lot of time on history. You spend a lot of time on analyzing old dead dogmas that nobody believes in anymore. And there's a notion between the difference between knowledge and skill. And this is going to sound super boisterous because I love this stuff, and I'm going to maybe make myself sound a little inflamed, but I believe understanding ethics and philosophy is more of a skill than it is a knowledge base. Of course, you have to know what the first principles are, but to be able to understand why those make sense, to be able to put the links on the chain together from point A to point B, problem, ethical solution, requires a problem-solving set of skills that a lot of people don't have. So you will get a philosophy major that has studied hundreds of hours, read so much of ancient Roman texts, and can quote everything from the Apology, or tell you every other line from whatever Marxist Lenin they decided to put in that semester's reading material or whatever. But it doesn't mean that they understand how that person even got to where they got. It just means they know, okay, well, this person believed this because this. How did they come to that? That is the skill that they are almost all missing. And I think the same thing is for programming. They're taught, okay, use this sorting algorithm for these situations. Not, okay, what is the most effective way for me to fix this problem? I am very sorry. My dog is, I don't know.
Don't apologize.
Yeah.
I can barely hear it.
Okay, cool. It shouldn't be coming up on the stream, but I just wanted to make sure. So yeah, I think those are very interlinked, because you're teaching people a knowledge base without developing a skill set. Anybody can learn the syntax for programming. learning how to take that knowledge and use C++ to do more than say hello world. To solve problems requires solving problems. Learning how to understand and create and maybe even improve upon or test rigorously ethics requires you to understand the skill set of being of philosophizing. I know that's not even a real word, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. And maybe they share the same flaws in a functional understanding of the subject matter. So like when I talk about maybe one of the wastes that goes into teaching programmers at college is teaching, spending a lot of time on computer history or spending a lot of time learning esoteric algorithms that are either not used anymore or are handled automatically by the frameworks that all modern coding is done in. Like superfluous knowledge, superfluous history. Probably it sounds like you're saying the same issue happens with philosophy majors.
Yeah.
Also, when you graduate as a philosophy major, your target, your end goal is generally just to become a professor of philosophy, right? What other jobs really are there for that career path? So in a way, them teaching you all that esoteric nonsense is actually what they need to do, because your end goal is going to be teaching that esoteric nonsense to other people.
Yeah, so there are career fields in other industries where they want ethicists. A good example is like any real like big labor industry usually has at least one person who's an ethicist on their board to be like, you shouldn't treat your workers badly because they're people with rights. And or like computer ethics is a huge field, but usually those people are programmers who also like ethics. It's not usually a philosopher that comes in and is like, I am the computer ethics person for this company now. So yeah, I think definitely the majority of people who get philosophy degrees want to do one of two things: publish a crap ton of books that 20,000 people will buy, and maybe a school will pick up one of them for some reading and do that for the rest of their life and publish books on the same thing from beginning to end, or become a teacher. That is most of the people I know who are philosophy majors. One of them was very transparent. He's like, I just want to develop my philosophy and write a bunch of books. And I was like, cool. I mean, if that's really what you want to do, I mean, sure. It's one way to get it out there.
And that predisposes them to Marxist style ideologies, because that's how they're going to get paid once they graduate and get a job.
Oh yeah.
So same problem that sort of the conflict of interest, or not conflict of interest. It's sort of like the thing that perverts psychology is that to become a psychologist, you have to be sort of an order follower, path following, hoop jump thrower. And so once you graduate and become a practicing psychologist and you find a patient that is an anti-hoop jumper thrower that, resists conventions and goes their own way, and you're going to suddenly make up a disease called oppositional defiance disorder, which just means somebody not like them. That kind of stuff.
There's definitely, yeah. And there's definitely a lot of, it is a self-perpetuating cycle in a way. There certainly, especially with the whole college to professor route, like that pipeline is, it's well defined and very intentional in its construction. I do like, I had a really hard time my first semester with programming doing C++, because on the first couple assignments of the year, because I'd known a little bit. I'm not going to pretend like I know a lot about programming, not in the slightest. I would, if someone gave me a basic problem, it would still probably take me a while to solve it. But even going into this class, I knew a lot more than what was going to be the whole semester. And so one of the first couple of problems that he gave us was very simple things like make a calculator to calculate sales tax for all of these purchases or whatever. And so I did it and I turned it in the next day, whatever. It took me, maybe 30 minutes at most. And I got a 0. And he said, well, that wasn't the way you were supposed to do it. And I was like, but it calculates the sales tax and outputs it in the exact format that you wanted it. And he's like, yeah, but we haven't talked about I don't remember. Oh, I used the classes. That's what it was. He's like, yeah, but we haven't talked about classes yet. And you made classes for sales types. And I was like,
so you did it in a more advanced way than he wanted you to.
So
it's not like you did it in some dumbass, backwards, squirrely way that was, you know, technically correct but really shitty programming. You did it in a better way than he wanted.
Yeah.
See, I hate that. I hate that.
I do as well. I hate it with a burning passion. But this is the route that I have going for me. And I don't, you know, unless I today committed to like, I am going to spend the majority of my free time that I would spend either reading or dicking around or doing something else to learning programming with the fullest intent of going to leave school and get a job. I don't know if that would be a viable option for me, you know, at this point. It's almost like I've boxed myself in now. Like I'm so far into the process, I might as well just finish. And because, you know, I'm a junior at this point, like I'm over the hill. You know, it would almost take me just as much time to get competent in C++ at a level that would be useful to anybody. I feel like.
Are you trying to become a programmer?
Yeah.
You're a junior in college and you would have trouble writing a program? That's what you said a minute ago.
Of course. Well, I mean, it depends on what the problem is, but not like, you know, a calculator that counts sales tax. But, you know, like if someone
like you should basically be almost a master at this point. Like you should know what you're doing.
Bachelors of computer science are not masters. Not even close. They understand fundamentals. They can describe to you how computer logic works pretty well, but that doesn't mean that I'm telling you, like there's an experience factor to this that you can't replicate in a school. You can't. Like you can assign as many homework assignments as you want that say, make this random thing that some customer wants. And this is your project, right? But there will always be something different that you haven't seen before. And like you said, sometimes it's as easy as a Google search. Sometimes you're missing a core piece of knowledge that you didn't even know you needed, so I had to do a project with computer vision doing eye tracking. And like some people did just fine. Me, I obviously was missing a huge something somewhere because that project kicked my butt. I spent so much time on Google just blasting through as much stuff on computer vision as possible. And it was just, you know, it was one of those things where it was like, how many times is that going to happen to me? Like, is that going to happen to me on the job where it's like, someone's like, hey man, I need you to fix this or do this right now. And it's like, well, I have no fucking clue how to do that. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. College should be teaching you how to handle that. Not less even about coding. College should be teaching you. That's the core skill of programmers.
Yes.
Is to walking into an insanely complicated situation they know nothing about and figuring it out. Like that should be what college teaches you.
Yeah, it's really good at teaching you syntax.
Mm.
You will never miss a semicolon.
That was my read on it. That was my read on it. Like from the outside, interviewing self-taught versus college programmers, that was my read on it. That's what I thought was happening in college. Yeah.
It's true. It's true. And
if you need a mentor, let me know. I'm happy to help you. I actually code though. I don't give a shit about the boring stuff.
Who doesn't need a mentor for something, right? Seriously though. What was I going to say? I was going to, crap.
What languages are you learning? Sorry, we're getting really nerdy, folks. I'll move on. I'm just curious. What languages are you focused on?
Python, C++. I've done a little bit of Ruby on Rails. HTML I've learned on my own, and CSS, but that's some people don't even count it as a language. It's so simple.
They are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And a little bit of assembly. I had to take. I'm starting a class on assembly. I don't really like it, but you know that's just me being blessed with all these high level languages that I've been working in. Mostly just that though. Actually, a little bit of JavaScript specifically. But other than that, that's it. It's C++, Python, JavaScript, HTML, CSS,
right
which don't count. So at least there's something. Yeah, well, I say that. But
Sherry getting thirsty in the comments again. She does this to me all the time. I'm glad to see she does it to you too.
I don't need a mentor. I need a man. There it is. Oh, geez. Did you take the
What
class
else?
where you write a program that takes fractions of pennies that are rounded off and deposits into a bank account yet?
That
No, I think we skipped
was a
that
movie.
one. Oh, that's the
That was a
Superman.
movie.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What would be a good
Genius.
language/book for me to learn coding? Dude, I mean, learn one and then you can learn any of them. Like I don't care what you pick. You can the basic logic is the same behind almost every language. It's just learning different syntax. I thought programming was the hardest thing ever, and then I learned Python, and then all these people were like, "Oh, C++ is so hard. It's going to take you forever to learn it." And it was like this. It's like, oh, "Okay, well, I use this and it has to end in semicolons, and I write my if statements like this, and it's all fine." You know?
I hate that you started on Python. I think that is a garbage language, and that's heresy to say, I know, but it's just the tab indentions for code blocks. Anyway, we're getting way too focused. No one's going to watch this. We can talk shop on coding later.
Okay, yeah, that works. Someone out there might benefit from it, so I'm not opposed. But
okay. Yeah. Okay, well, it's your show. I won't tell you what to do with your show.
Unless
to the
you
guy
wanted
asking
to go somewhere
for
else. Yeah.
The guy asking for resources on coding, if you started with VB a long time ago, then install Visual Studio and start coding in VB.net today, and it will get you back into coding. It'll get you up to date on the .net framework, which then you can use to cross over into C#. And once you learn C#, you will also tangentially learn C++. So that's the route I would suggest that you go.
Take his advice. Take his advice. Don't take my advice. Take his advice.
Career advice hour. Let's do it. Ask your questions. Only for technology.
Oh man. Yeah. To be honest with you though, my selection of career was also extremely as much as I used to hate this word, but I just have kind of accepted the fact that a little bit of it isn't everybody. It was very pragmatic because I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I was about to leave my position as a war slave. They were about to grant me my freedom, and I knew that I enjoyed computers. I had learned, like I said, a tiny itty bitty little bit because I was interested enough to learn some HTML and CSS, but so I knew that was something that I could at least succeed in if I applied myself. But what I didn't ever have like the burning passion for typing on the keyboard. I liked solving problems. So sometimes I'll get frustrated with code itself because like I can see the solution, but I can't make the clickety clacks on the keyboards do exactly what I want it to do, right? I'm sure we've all run into this, but I enjoy having it's empowering. I think that's a way to look at it. Like these computers are fantastically powerful machines if you know how to use them. And to be able to say, "Oh, well, why doesn't this exist?" "Oh, okay, I'll make it." Is a skill set that is extremely powerful, liberating almost, one could say. And to me that was too good of a deal to not at least give it a shot. And so far I've been enjoying it and it's been great. So
you nailed it. We're coming up onto a point where I think everyone is going to have to become an entry-level programmer at some point, even just to really fully utilize their own devices to a certain extent. Like, think about it. Cryptocurrency is a world-changing, government-eliminating technology that you could code. It's really pretty simple technology. It's not a lot of lines of code even. Signal messenger, encrypted communications that can't be censored. God, that's powerful stuff. You can make that. You can join the project right now and contribute to it if you want it. Yeah, it's super powerful stuff. I think you nailed it. Yeah. But when I started doing it, I just wanted to have control over my own computer. Like this was back in my day, when you still had to dial into another computer's modem to use a BBS to talk to other people, and in JPEGs downloaded, it took like 5 minutes to get a picture. It's very hard to fap to that, let me tell you. That's the beauty of being an anarchist. There's no expectation that I'm going to always be wholesome and whatever. But anyway, so back then it was more about just having control over my own computer. And what I found was exactly what you found. Shortly after, the entire world was ruled by coders. If you can code, then you can change the world. In the face of governments, like you can change. You have the power to make a government irrelevant in an area. Like Uber is a good example. They wrote an app that invalidated a long, lengthy list of taxi laws and taxes and regulations. They eliminated an entire industry effectively. And there's even like I don't know if it's still around, but there's even like a decentralized Uber alternative that can't be regulated. I don't know if it's still around, but there was. Yeah, man, it's just powerful, world-changing stuff.
Yeah,
and then we also need people to write the calculators, so that's good too.
Of course, yeah, exactly. And yeah, really, like that's the question that I had to ask myself is like, one day I have the aspiration of one day I will own my own business. I will create products, be a productive member of society. I will be my own boss, or at least very close to my own boss. And that is my goal. Your Corvette was your goal. Having my own business is my goal. I really don't care if that business is making websites for people. I do a lot of graphics design stuff already. Maybe that's my niche, whatever. Or if it's solving these bigger problems, working on cryptography for, the latest encryption algorithms or whatever for messaging. That is my Corvette, And I don't
let me suggest a refined version of that. Yeah, like don't just say own my own business. Set a profitability target, because you could literally like register a business tonight and be a business owner. Like that's pretty ambiguous. Hold yourself to a standard of a revenue. Like pick a revenue number and then achieve that, and set a year as a goal. By 2030, I will revenue X.
Measurable, attainable goals, right? That's the way you're quantifying it, I guess, or
and then bust your ever living ass until it happens.
Yeah, that's the real part of it. Anybody can set a goal. It's getting there. That's the hard part, especially when there's all these nice toys that I can buy instead. Like I saw a really cool takedown AR-15 pistol. Man, why would I invest that time and money into something that could be useful for me when I could get a nice, cool takedown AR-15 pistol? Come on,
Yep.
But, yeah. So, I think you were gonna go on to something else before we kind of got reined back in by the questions. I don't know if you remember where that was, but.
Oh, give me a second to think about it.
No, you're fine.
I had a couple more things.
Sherry said that's great advice. Yeah. I'm going to make better products manufacturing. Okay, Lyle. There we are. I think float comments are still having an issue. Sorry about that, guys, if you can hear me, but
there were you were saying that you were trying to come up with ways to challenge me on something that we disagreed with. So let me come back at you with. So I have all sorts of topics and subjects that I think about, and that I meditate's the wrong word, but like I spend a certain portion of every day doing philosophy. And what I mean by that is like devices off, me by myself, with no distractions, with my brain and a topic. And I have a list of topics in my notes that I think are incomplete, that are not completely worked out or not completely understood in my head, and or topics that I'm soft on, or objections that people have sent me where they think I'm wrong that I need to analyze and work through to either refine my position or whatever. Anyway, I take this as part of my job, as weird as that sounds even to say it out loud. It's just a thing that I do, and I love doing it. And so why don't I throw some stuff at you that are either controversial among libertarians, or that I am not yet at 100% like conclusive on.
Sure.
And see if there's anything that let's see if we can drum up a disagreement. This might be fun.
All right. I'm game.
Hopefully you don't agree with everything. That won't make a very good show.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be something that I disagree with.
Okay, so we already talked about the social media stuff and the ownership of their property. Do you have any disagreements there with the way I laid that out?
No, I actually think you nailed it on the head.
Okay. Damn, I'm looking for challenges because for me too. Abortion. Are you familiar? This is the most divisive topic amongst libertarians.
Here we go.
No, we don't even have to go there. Do we have a disagreement? I'm fishing.
I don't know if I believe your position on abortion is that it's entirely unacceptable, correct?
Outside of rape.
Outside of rape. Okay. I take an extremely analytical position, and probably analytical is not the correct word, observation based. And this comes back to a very first principles, fundamental, what makes a human important kind of question to me. And so we can go down this road if you want, but I'll just go ahead and say what mine is. Until, and this is, I know this is going to be hard to quantify, but this is where I'm at. Until the fetus becomes, and I'm using dehumanizing language, and so I won't do that. I'll call it, sure, either way. I don't think it matters to get my point across. But until the mass of cells turns into a baby, which is capable of being a free agent, a cognizant being with thoughts, feelings, emotions, dreams, desires, etc., all of those things that make humans important, it is a clump of human DNA with a specific set of instructions. And there's no way to approach this conversation without at some point coming off as dehumanizing a baby. And I want to make it very clear. There is no circumstance where a third trimester abortion is acceptable, because that is a free, that we have quantified. That is a being with its own individual thoughts, a complete neurological system for the most part that can be very easily traced down to the bottom. However, if someone were to tell me that, okay, a gamete met with an egg, produce a zygote, they split 30 times, the process has begun, it is stuck to the wall of the uterus. If we are to take abortion to its logical conclusion, from that point onward, it is a full human being and deserves all of the rights of a human being. When in reality, it is more akin to a thumb or a pinky that has been removed from a person's body, or just any other inanimate mass that happens to share our DNA. That's the only way I can approach it logically and be consistent and say that this is this, because rights have to come from somewhere, and it's not just our DNA pattern that makes us deserving or at least warranted of these rights, right? It is the greater human consciousness that brings us here. So I probably screwed that up somewhere because I was not exactly prepared to have this conversation, but hopefully that pleads the beginning of my case at least.
Well, it sounds like we have a disagreement, which means that this is a longer topic, though. Maybe it was a bad one for me to bring up. We can certainly break it off into a different show if you want to talk about it sometime. I don't want you to be pressured into a conversation you're not prepared for. So it's up to you.
I'm curious.
There's other things we can talk about.
I'm curious. Oh, okay. This is one that's really important to me, and I've changed my position on a couple of times over the last 2 years. So I'm open to being demonstrated as wrong.
My position has changed since I became an anarchist and started studying philosophy as well. It's kind of one of the topics that it's impossible for that not to be affected by your study of ethics, right? So in every discussion of rights, I always begin with the definition of what are rights and who gets them. Rights are mutual reciprocal understandings between sentient beings that should be afforded to all those that are or will become sentient. Now, why do I say or will become? Because there are many situations in life in which you are not currently sentient. Remember, sentience is defined somewhat non-standardly because there isn't a word for it, as possessing the capacities of advanced planning and gratification deferral, and also advanced conceptualization. This is a deep topic. Sorry, guys. This is impossible to TLDR easily. So when I say sentience, just know that I'm not using the standard definition of sentience. That means you can hear and see and feel. That's not what I'm talking about. There are many times in your life and in your development where you are not sentient, and yet we still choose to be consistent. We choose to continue reciprocating rights with you when you're in those times. So if you get knocked out and you're laying on the pavement and I walk by and I see you knocked out, I don't lose the onus to not go grab your wallet while you're laying there. I still choose to continue reciprocating rights with you, even when you do not currently possess any capacity to reciprocate those rights with me. When you are put unconscious on an operating table, same situation. If you fall into a coma, same situation. It no longer becomes acceptable for me to go and raid your bank account and rob your house or live in your home or take ownership of your things because they become unowned because you're existing in a state of sentience or of non-sentience. When you are a 1-month-old child, you are in a state of completely lacking the capacities that are required to reciprocate rights with me. And yet, because I know in all likelihood one day you will gain those capacities to reciprocate rights again with me. So like if you're in a coma, one day you might likely, depending on your condition, wake up from that coma and will once again be able to reciprocate. There is no reasonable standard that covers all of those situations, but excludes an underdeveloped human. That's what a fetus is. It's merely a difference in number of cells that have clumped together so far in terms of its path towards sentience. There is no fine point of a distinction in between fertilized implanted cell and a 1-month-old in terms of capacity to reciprocate rights or sentience, advanced future planning or anything like that. It's just a process of development, and one day, usually around 6 or 7 is when some of these faculties begin starting to like kick in and become active. 6 or 7 years old is when this stuff starts to come out, that you start to see some of the future planning, the gratification deferral, the conceptualization, the universalization, and the things that are required for rights. So for that, and like I couldn't say, okay, well, I'm not going to reciprocate rights with this creature that has not yet developed the capacity to reciprocate rights with me, but 2-year-old, it's fine. And also comas. And also, blackout drunk because you had a bachelor party or something. Like it's important to be consistent, and it's important to be without sort of arbitrary exceptions when we're talking about something so fundamental as reciprocating rights. Like, how could I say that it's acceptable for me to kill an 8-month-old fetus because they are not yet sentient, but also when I am unconscious on the operating table and totally unable to comprehend anything or act in the world, that I demand that my rights continue to be respected, and when I wake up, I expect to have my bank accounts exactly where they were. I think I have yet to find a good exception to that consistency that is required. And I see that comments have been buzzing by. I have not read any of them.
I have not as well. I'm sorry. I've been listening intently to what you've had to say. So there is only one situation that I can think of, and that is with a human child, where we would afford rights to something that has not yet demonstrated the capacity to already do so. Even in the situations where someone is blackout drunk, where they are in a coma or whatever, they have already exhibited the capacity to reciprocate rights. You don't have to then prove that the person can reciprocate rights. They've already shown that they are sentient before they blacked out or whatever. Maybe not to you specifically, but one can reasonably assume as a human being living on this earth without otherwise told that they have that capacity. And if they aren't, then, maybe the circumstances will change. But without going down that rabbit hole, the reason that I have such a hard time wrestling with this is because all aggressions are based on someone, like we said, the mutually reciprocal rights have been violated by somebody, right? If I were to remove this, like I'm talking very beginning, Sherry brought up the idea, I'm not convinced that life begins at conception, but if we're going to be ethically consistent, we have to accept the fact that when the sperm touches the zygote, fertilizes, sticks to the uterine wall, from that point, plan B, all of that is off the table. Because at that point, you have created all of the things that you need to, if everything goes its normal course, create a fully fledged human being capable of reciprocating rights.
To be specific, plan B stops implantation.
But even then, you still have... Wait, are you talking... I thought it kept the fertilized egg from sticking to the uterine wall.
Yeah, it prevents implantation. It prevents that, yeah. But that's a distinction without a difference for this discussion. So sorry, I should have shut up. Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were talking it stopped the sperm from entering the egg. I was like, that's news to me. But, yeah, so in this particular example, right, like, and I have to ask at what point, like, what is being aggressed against? Like, we're aggressing against the idea of a child. And I can't think, again, of a single instance where the potential for something other than a human child, which makes me almost think that we have that wrong somewhere, which is a crazy idea to think about. Because you could play this game with a lot of things. Like, if you were to talk to a panpsychist, which I'm not a panpsychist, but they could make a reasonable case that, like, you shouldn't till that soil because that dirt is a conscious, sentient thing that is aware of itself and its existence, and you should respect it because of that. And it's like, well, it hasn't demonstrated that yet, but maybe at some point it will. So should I not aggress against it now? Should I not smack my computer screen because one day an AI may emerge somewhere from the code that is, by all accounts, sentient that I aggressed against? And that's where my major hurdle is that if I could, I'm trying not to be so visceral about it because it's such a horrible topic. I personally am not a huge fan of it, but just looking at this from an objective ethical perspective, if I were to take this freshly divided, tiny itty bitty little speck of cells in my hand and toss it into the wind, where is the aggression? Who has been harmed? The idea, the concept of a person that would have been is no more. Which is very sad, honestly. But in what other situation, other than something that has already demonstrated the capacity to be sentient, do we afford the same liberties?
Well, a small child has not yet demonstrated those capacities.
That's what I'm getting at. A human child is the only example that I can think of. That's the only one.
Unfortunately, we're talking about humans, so
yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, it's like it's the only example that there's nothing else. I mean, but even then, there's
also no other creatures that are advanced enough to even be having these conversations. If there were, then they would be included in the category as well, right?
I don't know. I mean, certain apes are capable of language. They must be at least somewhat capable of rational thought.
That bears pointing out because I think it is wise to stay away from even the line. Like dolphins might be hyper intelligent and just communicate differently, and I'm not advocating that we go eat dolphins. I mean, I'm not saying protect the dolphins. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm not going to tread anywhere near the line.
And I think that's fair. So I'm not this person, but there have been others who have made the claim that just for the sake of the argument that, well, children are actually just property because they aren't capable of consent, and they will be one day. And when they are capable of consent, they will officially be, free from the bindings and do all of their rights. And the reason that you can't harm children is because it's someone else's property. Now, of course, that leads to all sorts of terrible things, like you can then abuse your children, and you can you can willingly let people harm them, which I do think are terrible things. But I don't, again, just this, it's the one situation where I think that clause would actually be necessary at all, of like the or will be sentient. And even then, maybe perhaps there's a bit of a slippery slope there that I'm trying to mull through right now. Because again, I mean, like with computers, if I throw my iPhone without asking for its permission, at what point do I owe Siri, when she is sentient, an apology or restitution?
Have you heard about Roko's basilisk?
No, no, I don't think I have.
Okay, if I tell you about it, it's a paradox. If I tell you about it, it will doom you to one of two fates.
All right, I'll be doomed. I'm interested.
All right, I will tell you about it. So this is a thought experiment about the potential risks of developing artificial intelligence. It's basically that one day an all-knowing, all-powerful artificial intelligence could retroactively punish those who did not help bring about its existence, including those who merely knew about the possible development of such a being. So the idea is, if you know that one day there will be an all-powerful AI, which there might be, and now that you know about it, it will know that you knew about it. So you have a choice. Do you help it come into existence, or do you not help it come into existence, knowing that it may punish you later for your choice? Now, the paradox is in that, having heard merely about this paradox, at least some percentage of the population are going to be motivated more than they would have been before they heard about it to help it come into existence, thereby more possibly ensuring that it does come into existence and punishing you if you don't also help it come into existence. That's some AI mind fuckery for you. So now that you know, what is your choice?
I don't want to live in that future anyways, probably. So I think I'm good. Yeah, I hope an AI's chill if we make it. I doubt it will be, but I really hope it's chill. Because like I said, I mean, I always try, usually 99 times out of 100, if there are ethics to be given in a situation, they are applicable in other areas. So when I see a very specific situation set out for one particular thing, like or will become sentient, that kind of sticks out to me as like a red flag. It's like, okay, hold on. We have all these ideas that account for so many different things, but we throw this one clause in for this situation. And again, it comes back to the...
What do you mean by "for this situation"?
Like, so in this example... Oh, sorry.
Because I specifically added it for all of the long list of situations in which you are not yet sentient, you've reduced capacity for sentience, you're temporarily incapacitated.
Yeah, and
like, there's a lot of situations. Like, remember, like, I'm developing this rule to not define like an objective woven into the fabric of reality explanation for rights, because I don't think such a thing exists. I wrote this rule to best mirror how people do think of rights and how they want them to function. Like, the reason why that's in there is because, again, like, I don't think it's consistent to say that you demand I respect a child's rights or your rights when you're on the operating table, but then also not respect a fetus's rights, which is functionally, I mean, literally you are nothing more than a clump of cells when you are 1 week fetus to 9 months fetus to 24 years old, overgrown fetus to 40 years old, aging fetus, you know, like you're amassing more and more cells as you go. You're making more and more neuron connections as you go, hopefully growing more wise as you go.
I guess that's kind of where my argument came in with the demonstration of the capacity. But I guess the issue with that is if, well, actually this could be maybe not so much a segue, but I mean, it is in the same realm of conversation, is like if someone were to enter like a terminal coma, you know, they had terminal brain injury or whatever, and by the measurements given by the scientists, they're like, he's not going to make a recovery. Well, he could. There's always the 1 in a billion shot that he could, and he's already demonstrated the capacity for sentience before. So does the doctor just get to pull the plug on your meat flesh that is now there? I feel like it's almost tackling the same issue from a different direction, because instead of starting from the beginning, we're starting at the end. Which I guess is where me coming at it from the perspective of, and has shown the capacity for sentience, and you coming at it from the perspective of, what exactly was your wording again? Will
become sentient.
Will become sentient. Yeah.
Which also goes for, you know, could regain sentience.
Yeah.
The reason why I don't think like having shown sentience is a good standard, because again, you're erasing children in the first, you know, 12 years of your life before you really achieved higher faculties to begin operating with rights in the world. Like that's not like, you can't argue. There is no non-arbitrary distinction for between a 6-year-old and a 9-month-old fetus, or whatever, 1 month-old fetus.
And
I don't need an answer right now.
No,
we can think about it.
We define sentience as like the capacity to have desires, forward thinking, planning, rationalization, right? Like that's our, you know, sentience is kind of a fluid term, but that's kind of where we were at, right?
And, you know, I've struggled with this because it's the weakest part of my work on what rights are, is redefining the word sentience, because it comes off as me smuggling in this massive nest of concepts into a simple word that already has a definition that doesn't at all mean what I want sentience to mean, or what I use sentience to mean. But I've looked at a lot of words, and there isn't one that means these two things. And so I have a choice. I either co-opt and redefine an existing word, or I make up a new ass word. And no one knows what I'm talking about. No one is going to know what I'm talking about either way. So it's kind of it's I use it out of desperation. But yeah, it's two capacities. So advanced conceptualization and like advanced planning and gratification deferral. And the reason why those are the requirements for being a rights possessing, respecting, reciprocating creature is because those are the capacities required to understand what rights are, and to plan one's behavior and control one's behavior such that you conform to the concepts, the advanced concepts of rights. Like if you can't understand concepts, then you don't know what rights are, and you can't, like by definition, reciprocate them with anyone. And if you don't possess self-control and gratification and the ability to defer gratification instead of, you know, taking what you want now because you want it now, and to not put off earning things or working hard to acquire your own stuff, like if you don't have the capacity to control yourself in those ways, then even if you understood rights, you couldn't respect them, you couldn't reciprocate them in practice. So that's the reasoning behind those two capacities. And I really try to boil it down, but I haven't read anybody else, and I've looked. I haven't read anybody else that has done this type of work on rights. They always have some kind of superstitious definition for rights.
Well, it makes it easier.
Superstitious, or it really does.
Yeah, if God, if God bestowed rights upon man, poof, there you go. Yeah, we have rights.
Yeah. Or if we can just stamp our feet and scream natural rights exist over and over, then maybe we'll be protected when somebody wants to rob us. But like, that's superstition. That's not how it functions in the real world.
Yeah.
If somebody doesn't respect your rights, then your rights are equivalent to not existing. Which there are concepts that exist in people's mind. They do not exist by definition.
I just wanted to address. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You cut out for a second. You can finish.
I'm just doing my normal rights rant. You've probably heard it 50 times.
No, you're fine. I completely agree with you, though, that it is important to have a logically consistent definition for what rights are, and I do agree that they are mutually reciprocal rights between. I think some of the details a little bit there on the back end I want to work on myself. Not that I'm outwardly disagreeing, because I don't have any immediate rebuttals that would be satisfactory, but I do want to think about that some. But Sherry was talking a little bit about how I need to scroll back just a little bit. She was talking about, I'm saying you can be technically right on applying the NAP, but ethically wrong. And then in the next comment, she says, for me, the NAP is the beginning of morality, not the totality of morality. I think you're using two different sets of words for, but you're like on the second one is much more on the ballpark, in my opinion, that, like, as long, in theory, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you are in compliance with the non-aggression principle and affording rights to the people as defined in our what we've already agreed to as the definition of who is deserved or who should be granted rights, then or reciprocated is what I should have said, then at the end of the day, anything past the non-aggression principle is just an individual's morality, right? So she gave the example of someone being evicted from their apartment and having nowhere to go because they can't pay rent is ethically okay, but, or is NAP compliant is what she said, but not ethically okay. But I think it's important to make the distinction that it would be morally, in your opinion, not favorable, not so much ethically.
Yeah, these words are messy by design, by the design of people throughout history. Churches, governments, emperors, they have taken these words and defined them in ways that improve their leverage to control people through their moral compass. Like, in the same way your empathy can be weaponized, so can your wish to be good and to not be evil. That can be weaponized against you as well. And they are weaponized through the use of morality and ethics and good and evil. And to be called an evil person is a very psychologically weighty accusation to make at somebody that will likely affect them deeply. And priests and religions and governments have throughout history have controlled these words and defined what evil is and isn't, and what good is and isn't, to devastating degree to control people. And so when we're having these discussions, the first thing we have to realize is that language is a lossy thought compression algorithm, that none of these words have objective definitions. What is important in these discussions is only that you understand the concepts I'm trying to communicate to you, and that I understand what you're trying to communicate to me. So when Sherry says,
apparently I misquoted her, so we'll just, I'm sorry about that, Sherry, but she did bring up the Friedman's example of falling off on someone's balcony onto theirs, but
we can talk about the flagpole thing. That has led a lot of libertarians astray, and that's a hot topic for me right now. Just to finish the rant, we have to agree to have the discussion. We have to agree on what morality is and what ethics are. You are probably meaning something different than I am. And because I can't hear your voice right now, I guess I'll just give you mine and tell you what I think and the way I'm trying to elevate these words. So when I call something evil, I define that specifically as a NAP violation, because for the first time in history, if we do that, evil gains an objective definition that can't be manipulated by religions and powerful people and governments and popes and politicians. It is an equation that can be determined absent all of those things, independently of all those things, which sort of like wrestles that weaponized empathy away from the powerful for the first time. I think it's a big deal. That's why I'm really a proponent of doing that. I think that using that method, we can apply an objective definition, objective used in this sense as not subjective, definition of what is wrong, what is evil, what you can attack somebody for doing specifically. Those are NAP violations. If something is a NAP violation, you can use force on that person to prevent them from doing the thing, or even to achieve restitution if needed. That, I think, should be the hard, black and white, rigid, crystal clear line in the sand for evil. Now, a lot of people then say, well, that's the definition of evil. What's the definition of good? Like a lot of religions will tell you good is altruism. Objectivists will tell you good is selfishness. So there's all sorts of different ideas on the morality of good, which I think is another half of morality that I don't talk about much, because I don't see any objectivity in it. I think there are better systems that you could choose to use for what means good to you subjectively, personally, but I've never found an objective way to define what is good, because it's a value judgment. It's based on, you can't make a value judgment without first stating your goal. So to call something good, you have to have predefined a goal that thing that you're calling good is in alignment with. Wow, this is like, hopefully I'm making this clear.
Well, it's like objectivists. They have the virtue of selfishness. You know, I mean, would other people consider that good? No, but inside of the non-aggression principle, there's nothing wrong with someone saying that is good. It's not like it's a logical fallacy for them to claim it as good, because it is inherently subjective. So I completely agree with that part. I think that's why I care and talk a lot more about ethics than morality, because usually the way I sell it to people is that if you are going to make an ethical claim, there needs to be a logical through line from principles, or at least fundamental assumption based off of observation or something to that effect, through to the end situation. There's got to be your XYZ, which, you know, great example. I failed to do that in our conversation about abortion, which is why I'm going to have to rethink some of the things that I said. Because you brought up some good points. But if I was just,
I love that, and I can't wait to continue that conversation later.
Yes.
That's like when somebody says, "Hey, let me think about that," dude, back off and let them think about it, and your next conversation will be better. That's a big lesson that people should learn.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you again.
No, you're fine. I was just gonna say that, yeah, and morality is like the spice, but you know, like you can, like you said, you can define good and evil with whatever you want, and there isn't anything you can really ground it to. Like, I think your explanation of evil is probably the best one I've heard in a long time. Usually evil is defined as something really esoteric, like a universal negative force on, you know, whatever. But I've heard all sorts of whack definitions for evil in my time.
The most popular right now is that which results in a net negative to the most people.
Yeah, which is just collectivist drivel.
Hopeless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unknowable, hopeless garbage. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why I typically just steer away from all of that. But I do think that this segues perfectly. And I think we're on the same page. I just want to make sure about the Friedman flagpole problem, because this is one that is also been burning in my heart, but for not so much the question itself, but for what the question implies in people. So if you want to go ahead and talk about that some.
Oh, the short version, and I'm planning a video of my own on this soon, and I don't want to burn the content yet, but I'll give you I guess a little bit of it. The scenario is meant to illustrate that even these self-professed non-aggression principle following principled so-called principles, self-labeling, self-touting, principled individuals that conform to the non-aggression principle aren't actually as principled as they say they are, as illustrated by David Friedman's flagpole scenario, which goes something like this. You are in an apartment building, like a multi-level apartment building, and each apartment has a little balcony sticking out from it. This is not going to be verbatim word for word his words, but this is the gist of it. And your apartment is on one of the upper floors, and you're out on your balcony. And for whatever reason, you accidentally fall off the balcony, and you are about to basically fall to your death. Except on the way down, you just luckily so happen to grab onto a flagpole that somebody had sticking out from their balcony, effectively saving you. You're grabbing onto this flagpole, and it saved your life because you didn't fall to your death. Except that the owner of that property walks out on the balcony and says, "You're trespassing. Get off my property. Let go of my flagpole." What do you do? So this puts you in a situation of A, you refuse to let go of the flagpole, willfully admit to desiring to violate the non-aggression principle, undermining your entire self-professed ethical framework, which makes David Friedman and Jim Jesus smile gleefully, or you let go and you fall to your death and you die. So you die with your principles, or you live without them. What would you do?
I don't want to be a state of nature being, so I'm gonna have to let go of the flagpole. As much as it hurts, and I hope that I have the fortitude to do so. You know, I think it was in one of the chat groups wherein someone brought up like we're just a bunch of chemicals in a brain. You know, you never know what you'll do in the heat of the moment kind of thing. And, you know, maybe to some degree that's true. You know, I don't want to get too far into the free will or the lack of it topic, but I know the ethically correct answer. I have the physical capacity to do the ethically correct thing. To do anything else is to knowingly, willingly return to the state of nature, at which point I'm free game. So I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I could not rescind all of my rights like that, because at that point, I mean, that's everything. That's all we have that separates us from the cattle.
The reason why it's such a successful argument is because if you let go, you said you wanted to maintain your state of being as a non-state of nature being. Well, if you let go, you are erasing your being. So it's a distinction without a difference. You're either going to be a state of nature being by refusing to let go, or you're going to not be a being. There is sort of like he's erasing the ability to be principled.
But to go from principled to a state of nature being requires a rights violation. That's a proactive effort by you to transfer from one to the other. Gravity causing me to be unpersoned is not me making a choice to be unethical. So that's where I maybe that clarified a little bit.
So maybe a sneak peek. We'll call this a rough draft of the video I was going to make, where I said the flagpole scenario doesn't go far enough. Let's say you don't let go of the flagpole because that would be dumb to adhere so closely to your principles that it ends your life, even though that's the actual only thing principles are meant to do, is keep you from doing things that will not give you immediate gain like an animal would. But let's ignore that for a moment.
All right.
And so you climb onto the balcony after the guy told you to get off his property, and let's say it's him and his wife and kid behind him, in between you and the door to his apartment. And he says, "No, I said get off my property." What are you going to do? Are you going to push past him? Let's say he pulls a gun. Are you going to shoot him? Are you going to stab him? Are you going to knock his wife out of the way, kick his kid out of the way so you can get to his door as you continue your trespass to his house? What level of violence is justified in this situation to save your life? You started with a trespass, but why stop there? Would you kill a man to save your existence? Okay, well, then you've really just eliminated principle. You haven't found an exception to the non-aggression principle. You've just decided in your own subjective, wishy-washy sort of non-thinking way that you're only going to follow principles when it suits you, which is kind of the same thing as saying you don't have any.
This kind of goes...
I spoiled my upcoming episode, so...
Oh, you're fine. This kind of harkens back to something I said, I don't know, 2 hours ago at this point, where there's something that I've been realizing more that is important to me, which I think for a lot of people is a distinction, which I think wrongly people think is a distinction without a difference, is that there is a big difference between understanding, knowing, and maybe even accepting principles or ethics as true, and then saying, but I'm not, whatever, like, if it comes down to it, I got to keep myself alive, and then to live by principles, to live by a code of ethics. I have heard so many people say, oh, this is my code of ethics, and then they will immediately, like, there was a person who, in one of my groups I know, who very boldly stated that they are a utilitarian through and through in their code of ethics, but they make all sorts of decisions just from a capitalist perspective that is not utilitarian, and their money should be going somewhere else. And that just, to me, like, if that's going to be your code of ethics, no matter how much I disagree with the fundamentals of utilitarianism, and you're going to broadcast it, why would you not follow it? For personal gain? Again, like, what's the difference between... You hit the nail on the head when you said an animal does what is immediately necessary for personal gain. A state of nature being does that. We have the capacity to be more than that, and it drives me up the wall when people say, yeah, like, nap's pretty cool. I think it's good 99% of the time, but, if his wife's in the way, I'm not dying. That to me is that's a red flag. Really, like, if it's me and him.
So think about the guy, like a guy that, let's say you have something about your property that really makes you want there never to be trespassers, which is your sovereign right to do. And you're minding your own business in your apartment, and some asshole grabs onto, like, some dumbass falls off of his balcony and grabs your flagpole on the way down. And then after you tell him to leave, he doesn't leave, and he climbs onto your balcony and demands that you let him traipse through your private sovereign property to get to your front door. And you say, no, like, it's your right to do it. So what did he say? Daniel said, I would apologize and beg to leave. The guy says, no, leave the way you came, and points off the balcony. Like, what are you going to do? Attack him?
I would
say... Are you going to escalate? Like, that's the point that I was making by saying that the flagpole scenario doesn't go far enough. Are you going to escalate force until those people are dead, or you have left through the front door? If so, you don't have morals. This is a joke.
Yeah. I have heard and I haven't put too much thought into this particular part of it, but because I think, in the scenario, he's going to say no matter what you say. Like, I'll give you $1 billion. He says, no, get off my flagpole. But I do think there could be a case for, like, seeking restitutions. Like, oh, I'm so sorry I violated on your property. Can I seek restitutions? And then if they say yes, cool, whatever. You sought restitutions, great. But in this scenario, he's going to say no to whatever you offer him. It could be some ridiculous. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out there, that, like, he said, I would apologize and beg to leave. But you're right. If he says no, then looks like I'm going out. You gotta let go. There's no other ethical answer. I have not seen one.
These are impossible situations that will literally never happen, literally ever. So they're kind of dumb to talk about, but it's a really good test to find moral relativists, and it's a really good test to find people that
consequentialists
are consequentialists, inconsistent. Because if the rule is you get to make up the ethical framework you abide by on the spot as the situation changes, just based on kind of what you think will work out best for the people involved. That is the same thing as saying that you're a creature that exists in nature and will just kind of navigate through life, leaving the dangerous creatures alone and being the dangerous creature when it suits you. Like, you have left the realm of ethics.
I don't think people really, I mean, I'm going to make a bold collectivist statement, forgive me, but I don't think enough people understand what it means ethically to be a state of nature being. Like what it means to return to monkey for the meme term. Because there are some massive implications in society for when you say, okay, I have no longer reciprocated rights. It's a two-way street, and I don't think people get that. I think they think that it's like, oh well, you know, I could just seek restitutions and then they can't kill me because then that'll be bad of them to do that. And it's like they have no obligation to you after you fail to reciprocate rights. If you want to seek restitution, you know, this isn't like the school shooter who gets to, you know, go kill a bunch of kids and then oh, I give up at the very end. It's like, well, yeah, we don't really do that here, you know. It's
yeah.
I think it's just a reality of this part of ethics that if more people understood, I think they would take it a little more seriously.
It clashes directly with the people that talk about objective morality as something that exists independent of man's mind and independent of man's decisions to control their behavior in ways that are often less optimal for their own personal gain in life. Like the natural law people that talk about natural law as if it's an objective thing that exists outside of man. And I try not to talk disparagingly about them because I literally was one for like almost half of my life. So I totally understand. It feels super good to sort of appeal to this authority that exists outside of people. And, you know, you can dismiss arguments by saying, oh, no, you're wrong. Objective natural law exists. Didn't you read the founding fathers?
Yeah. I was a constitutionalist. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, natural rights. Duh. You know, what are you dumb?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, wouldn't it be cool if that existed? Wouldn't it be cool if a natural rights security guard jumped out of the ether when you were about to have your rights violated and you know, took care of the problem? Unfortunately, that doesn't work. The only way your rights exist are if the people around you choose to respect them. Then they become more quote unquote tangible, just because the people around you are respecting them. But the most important thing about it, and I've said this many times, the most important thing about it is having an accurate understanding of what rights are and how they aren't tangible and don't objectively exist unless the people around you respect them, is that you realize how unprotected you are and can take steps to defend yourself. So like, if you think, worst case, if you think the government protects you, then you're not going to take any steps to protect yourself. Second worst case is if you think natural rights protect you, then you're going to take less steps to protect yourself because you'll think, well, I have natural rights. No one's going to disrespect my rights. Well, that doesn't exist either. So it's just you. That's what it is. It's just you on your own in the universe, and it's just the people around you on their own in the universe. And all the people involved can choose to act in all of the ways they want to act at any given point in time. And it's on you to make sure that you're surrounded by people that you can trust and to reciprocate rights with you. And that is how you maintain safety. You protect yourself, you control who you let get close to you and get around you, and you watch the people that are untrustworthy. There's no system of natural law woven into the universe, and there's no, you know, government or constitution magic paper that will do it for you. It's on you. That's what I think is the most important discovery or implication of my conception of rights at this point.
I would entirely agree with that. I think the idea, like I said earlier, to just kind of reestablish that. I wanted to read this comment, but I think the more I learn about ethics, the more I learn how important they are and the consequences of not following them and how grave that can be. And this kind of ties into what Adam said here. He says, seems like a fundamental respect for life is critical to the foundation of reciprocity in these scenarios. I think if you have a fundamental respect for life, it makes it a lot simpler for you to comply with reciprocity, but you don't necessarily have to. You can just be reciprocal without that inherent belief. That's like the I don't want to go into a whole nother rabbit hole, but that's like the people who say like, oh, I never consented to the non-aggression principle. And it's like, well, joke's on you. You're in compliance with it until you're not. So I don't care. If
and you probably want to be.
Yeah. It's like, I don't care if you didn't consent to the non-aggression principle, because until you aggress against me, at which point you'll have violated the non-aggression principle, you're in compliance with the non-aggression principle. So it's a moot point. You know, that's the whole thing. It's so non-interventionist into you, as long as you don't hurt anybody or aggress against them. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's good. I mean, if it wasn't this simple and boilerplate, then I don't think it could function on mass scale. Like, it's got to be stupid simple. It's got to be really basic logic. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to explain to people. Like I explain it to my kids every day. Oh, my son screams that my daughter's taking his slinky, and I'm like, "Hey, Dagny, is it okay if Atlas takes your stuff?" No. Well, how is it okay for you to take his stuff then? Oh, and then she gives the slinky back. Like, this is a conversation that you can have with a 3-year-old. That's how simple it is. And the only way that a grown-ass adults don't understand it is because they've been indoctrinated their entire life to not see the basics.
I was just about
to say, they're taught the golden rule, and then they're untaught the golden rule. Yeah.
They have an entire indoctrination facility that you go to for at least 12 years at the minimum. Unless you're the venerable Patrick Smith, who said, screw this, and got out early.
Yeah.
All right. So we are approaching the 4-hour mark. It is well past my bedtime. I'm gonna have to split this up into like 3 episodes now for the audio portion. Stupid file size limits, but
it was consensual, right?
Yes, it was 100% consensual, of course. But this was a great talk. I literally, if I didn't have to get up early in the morning, I could do this all night. I love this. And we got into the meat a little bit later than I expected to, but I'm glad we continued our conversation. I have more to think about. I have learned a lot and gained some insight, and come away from this conversation a better person.
Think about our topics, and if you find exceptions or disagreements, you are honor bound to tell me.
All right.
That's all I have to say. If you want to be my friend, you have to tell me when you think I'm wrong.
Okay. I 100% will let you know if I think you're wrong. I won't even think twice. Well, I will think twice about it to make sure I'm not dumb, but then I'll say it.
Yeah. And say, hey, bitch, I think you're wrong. And then tell me how.
Fantastic. 100% can do that. Well, so we do have an announcement really quick about you that I think some people may not know already. And that is that you are going to be hosting some debates for the Anarcapulco live stream event. You want to talk about that a little bit before we wrap up?
Yeah, this is true. So we, and I'm not talking about royal we, I'm actually talking about Kaysen and I. Kaysen's my producer. We have a rule about, like we talked about this earlier, we don't have content that provides medical advice, just in any form. Like, unless it's something obvious, like talking about masks, or something that we are intimately knowledgeable on. So like, I don't interview guests that are telling you about cures for cancer, and on either side, like THC or chemo. Like, I just don't do that unless it's a debate, and then I have them on together. And so that precluded us from being involved in a large part of the stuff that happens at Anarcapulco, because a lot of the speakers there talk about all sorts of topics that many of which include medical advice, which, like I said, it's just, we have a rule against that. So I thought that I was going to be totally out of the loop and wasn't going to get to help with Anarcapulco much, but it turns out I was wrong. They were actually very accommodating and appreciative of me standing by my principles on my standards for what I'll be involved in, which was really refreshing to see. I love that. Like, that's freedom, guys. That's what anarchy is. Oh, you have standards and rules that I may not agree with. That's fine, man. You do you. I want you to be happy. This is what they did. And so not only are we able to be involved, but I'm pretty much going to be involved in my favorite ways to be involved, which is going to be moderating debates. So during the day, around lunchtime, I think we might be doing an interview each day for the 4 days of Anarchapulco. But in the evenings, each of the 4 days, hopefully, if I get all the people wired in time, we're going to have one debate each day. Each day is going to have its own theme. Like one of the days is health and wellness, and so we're going to have a vaccine debate. And another day is going to be cryptocurrency and agorism and activism. I think no cryptocurrency and agorism, and we're going to have a Bitcoin debate. I can't tell you who yet because it's not confirmed, but they're two of the largest names in cryptocurrency. If it happens, and they're both anarcho-capitalists, which will make it even better because it's going to be two principled big names in Bitcoin that have a fundamental disagreement, which is, I mean, that's what I live for is debates. So then there's two more debates that have not been announced yet. So yeah,
Cool.
I'll be moderating those in the evenings each day.
I'm interested on the cryptocurrency one, especially with the focus on agorism. I've become a little perhaps jaded on the idea of agorism as of late, as a concept for undermining the government. You know, as a movement.
Now I want to talk about agorism, and you have to go.
I mean,
damn, no, we can do this later.
Okay, yeah. Well, we have something to talk about next time, right? Or the next time we chat. Yeah. But yes. So make sure if you guys are still here, which actually quite a few of you guys are. I'm very happy that you guys stuck around this long. It was a great conversation. Make sure right now, whatever you're doing, whatever device that you're on, I don't care if you have to close me to do this. Go to Disenthrall, subscribe, follow. Go to Anarcast, subscribe, like, hit the bell icon, all that jazz. Go to disenthrall.me/platforms and go to all of those. Literally every single, click on every link, go to all of them. That way, if anything is to happen, you have every distribution method possible to stay in the loop with Patrick's content, which is something great that he does, make that accessible to everybody.
We got to get your subscriber count up too. Like if y'all are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the dumbass button. Come on now.
Thanks. Yeah. Any final words before I do the wrap up for the show?
No, man. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Sweet. Well, if you guys enjoyed the show, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell button, all that stuff. If you disagreed with anything that I said, which I know at least a couple of you did, leave it down in the comments. I'll give it some time, think about it, and give you a response if your comment is worthy. Make sure if you aren't yet and you have missed any of the prior shows to check us out on the podcasting format on all of your favorite distributors. That includes Spotify, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Google Play, Apple Podcasts, etc. Yada yada. You can find it wherever you want it. And that's it. So I have one more announcement. We are officially going to be weekly on Sundays. I found a time block that works well for me with my schedule. And so we're going to go back to weekly shows, but instead of Saturdays, we're doing Sundays now. So it should be fun.
What's your format going to be? Are you going to do mostly guest interviews, or are you going to do your own content, or what are you going to do?
I want to split it about 50-50. I want to do 50% me, 50% kind of like sort of like the talking head stuff I was doing when I was getting back into the Liberty After Dark thing. And then but I would love to continue to interview people. I feel like this is where I personally grow the most. So maybe it's a little maybe it's a little selfish of me to want to do so many interviews, but I also understand, like you said, there's an economy to it. So it's not always possible for me to get interviews for people, but I love doing this. So
that's why I love interviewing people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if I can't get people to contact me and challenge my ideas on my social medias, then I can corner them in interviews and get them to challenge my ideas.
There we go. Yeah. On the microphone.
Yep.
Awesome. Great. It was great having you on. I loved every second of it. This is one of my last interview was one of my favorites, and I felt like I did a sucky job on that one, but this one is now one of my favorites as well too. Great conversations. So
I am honored. Thank you.
Well, everybody take it easy, and I will see you next Sunday.